Einer der wenigen Überlebenden des Sonderkommandos war Henryk Tauber. Er sagt nach seiner Befreiung vor einer Kommission der Roten Armee aus und macht die erste detaillierte Zeugenaussage über den industriellen Massenmord in den Krematorien von Birkenau. 7 Tonnen
This is my father, Abraham Samuel Fuchsbrunner. He was born in Poland or in Russia in 1981. And this picture is, I saw this picture at home when I was in my young years, and this is all like a wedding picture, like after the wedding picture. My mother's not here. It was a picture from my mother too, but it's nobody, I don't know where. This is myself. My name is Hirsch Fuchsbrunner, and born in July 1917. I lived in Chrzanów, born in Chrzanów, and this picture was taken in 1949.
And what is the card for?
The card, I don't even remember. But you said, what was it? A membership card?
It was the International Refugee Organization.
Card. Okay. This is my wedding picture. Irene Fuchsbrunner to Henry Fuchsbrunner. And this was made in 1952, November 8th.
Where was the picture?
Pardon?
Where was it taken?
It was taken in Brooklyn on the wedding hall, which was on
Savoy Gardens.
Savoy Gardens.
Thank you.
Today is July 22nd, 1996. I will be interviewing Henry Fuchs. At home in Poland, his name was Henryk Tauber. The interviewer is Tina Tito. We are in Flushing, New York, in the United States. The language will be English. Today is July 22nd, 1996. I will be interviewing Henry Fuchs. I am the interviewer, Tina Tito. Mr. Fuchs, can you please tell us your full name and spell it for us?
Henry Fuchs, Henry, name Fuchs, Fuchs.
What were you called at home?
Henryk.
How do you spell it?
Hesik.
And your last name at home?
Tauber. Tauber.
Can you explain why you were called Tauber?
After my mother's name. She was married to my father, Fuchsbrunner, by a rabbi, by a Rav, without registering to the magistrate. So actually, this was in great part in our town. This was the custom. That's why officially my name is Tauber, but everybody knows me as Fuchsbrunner.
Could you please spell us your father's full name, Fuchsbrunner?
Fuchsbrunner, here I write it Fuchs, Brunner. But in some places it was written without NNER, but with a MER. Fuchsbrunner. Some other from the same family write with a N, Fuchsbrunner. So that's the story.
When were you born?
July 8, 1917. But I go here as 1919.
Where were you born?
In Chrzanów, Galicia, Poland.
Could you please spell the name of your hometown?
Chrzanow, O with a stripe, which means Chrzanów.
Was your father born in the same town?
My father was born in Olkusz. Shall I spell it? Olkusz. USC.
Was it near this town?
It was very near. But I was Galicia, and he was Congress Poland.
Why did he move from his town?
Well, he didn't move, but he came to Kharkiv at the time, in 1905. There was the Russian-Japanese War. And at that time, people who didn't want to serve in the army, they looked for a way for some place where to come. So he changed his address, and he came to Kharkiv. And Kharkiv, he had family in Kharkiv. His family, his name was Tausevich. Tausevich was Johann Tausevich. He was a veterinarian, and his wife, his name was Kriegstein. My mother's name is Kriegstein, so actually it was family, and this is the reason he came to Kharkiv, and he met my mother there and he got married there.
Can you tell us why he did not want to join the Russian army?
I should give you a good answer. I don't have it, but this is the way it was.
So when he was a young man, before he got married, did he come alone or did he come with family men? What did he do for work in town?
He worked in leather manufacturing.
And what did that entail? What did he have to do?
The work. He opened up shop, and he made parts of shoes, the soft parts of shoes, which at that time, whoever assembled shoes, he bought the soft part ready-made. Whatever they had, they made the soles, they put in the soles, and they finished the shoe. And this was his profession.
How did he sell it? Did he sell it privately or to other shops?
He sold it not to shop, to customers, which they made the shoes.
Did he have a shop just in your hometown?
Pardon?
Did he have it just in one town, his place of work, or in another place as well?
It was in Kharkiv, most part in Kharkiv, till in the 30s. So he opened up shop in Krakow, which was a wholesale leather, just leather. In Kharkiv later, he gave up also the parts, but he just sold leather to the leather trade, which the other ones who made the parts, and the other ones who made the shoes, they bought leather, just leather. And this was his profession. And then with my brother, which is now in Belgium, the older brother for me, with him, he put my brother in Krakow. He opened up a wholesale place in Krakow.
Let's go back to your town then. What was your father's full name in the town, his first name as well?
Avrum Shmuel Fuchsbrunner.
And your mother's full name?
Mendel Tauber.
And
Mendel Tauber.
did your mother have a profession?
My mother had a profession. She had a shop. She made shirts. She made ladies' wears.
Where did she have the shop?
I don't remember that. When I was the youngest in the family. When I was a kid, she was well established and she didn't work no more. But before when she was single, maybe I don't know. Maybe she had 1 kid, 2 kids. She still worked, but then she gave it up. She didn't need it.
Tell me about your brothers and sisters. Can you name them for us?
My older sister, Golde Daya. Then came my brother, Bandit. Then came my sister, Rivka Reuse, which is Regina. Then came my brother, Ruven. Then I came.
Tell me about the school that you attended in your hometown. Where did you go to school?
In public school. Public school, it was on the, it was 2 schools. One school was on the, near the the Henryk, the marketplace, and one was on Dalays. I lived near Dalays, so I went to this school. Most Jewish in Hanover went to the other school because it was near more near the center of the town, and I was more mixed.
So your school was mixed, Polish children?
Yeah, Polish more than Jewish.
How did you feel in the school?
Well, they called names. They picked the pies. But that's the way it was.
How did you react when they called you names or played with your payas?
I took it.
You didn't fight back?
No. Back, it was a time, by the end of the year, where relatives came and waited up out of the school, and there was a fight. They did their work, you know, because the provocation. And then we had to face the same game.
Every year?
Yeah, put by the pies, and called names, and that.
Obviously,
Moshek.
So you didn't have friends amongst the Polish students?
Not many.
But some?
We kept together, Jews kept together.
You were obviously a very Orthodox Jew?
In the school?
In your family, in your life?
The family was Orthodox.
And you belonged to a certain shtibel?
Shtibel.
Did the shtibel have a name? Did it have a
Radomska shtibel.
And what was the name of the rabbi of the shtibel?
There was no rabbi, but there was a dayan, a pshulim abbas. That's what they called him. He was a dayan. The Rav didn't have a Radomska shtibel. He was a Sanzer shtibel, whatever.
In your town?
In my town. His name was Halberstam.
The man, the person who ran your
The person who was a rabbi in Kshaner was Halberstam. And the dayan, which was in the Radomska shtibel, was Eisenberg.
So you were part of the Radomska Hasidim?
Yeah. Radomsk, better saying, I was in Radomsk, but my father was in a Crematorium. He was another rabbi. It was same Radomsk, but he was our uncle from Radomsk Rebbe. In other words, he was our brother from Radomsk Rebbe's father. So he went to this shtibel. Our Crematorium shtibel was also in Kshaner, but I was in Radomsk. Kshaner was not a Crematorium yeshiva, but was a Radomska yeshiva. So I studied there, and I belonged there.
Did you study after school?
At the time of school, I went to Talmud Torah. This wasn't the time for yeshiva. When I was school age, we learned from 8 till 1, and in school, public school, every day. But in the morning, from 6:30 till 7:30, we went to Cheder. Then we davened and we rushed to school 8 o'clock. And we stood there till 1 o'clock. And from 1 to 3 was lunch or supper. Better saying supper, it was no lunch, it was dinner. And then from 3 o'clock till 8 o'clock, winter, we went to Cheder.
What did your mother make you for lunch? What special things did your mother cook?
First of all, there was, they called it snack. So in order to make sure that I eat it, she gave me an account in the bakery. I went there, she gave me some horns, everyone credit. And because some kids liked better nasharai, you know what it means, than the horn, so she made sure that I had it there. This was one way. And the other way, she gave me a sandwich. Was it a salami sandwich? Sometimes in the wintertime it was schmaltz and griven, if you know what griven is. So this was the way it was.
And
a fruit.
What special things did she make at home that you remember, that you loved?
Everything.
Give me an idea of what your Shabbos table looked like.
Shabbos table, Friday night, we came home, Everybody had a seat. And my father was a Strammel. And he sang before Shalom Aleichem, Eishes Chayil, and he says the Yerushalayim, whatever there was, a page of saying till he made Kiddush. And he gave everybody a drink. And then it started Suda. Suda, Friday night, by us, was our main course. It was fish. It was soup. It was meat. Usually, sometimes my father got flanken and that. And we had genses, you know what it means? Goose meat. And then a compote, and this was everything.
Did you have guests for Erev Shabbos?
Orach. Yeah. Not every week, but we had. Orach.
How did the guests come to your house?
From Stiebel. They used to come to Stiebel, and they waited till the end, and then they distributed people. He asked whoever wanted to take an order.
In that way, did you meet people from other towns when you were a young boy that came to visit your town?
Poor people, yeah.
And can you give me an idea of a holiday? Did you ever have family that came to your house for holidays?
We had family in Shanov. So the afternoon they came to my mother when I was young. They came and she had company. We went also to family.
Who did you have in town? Who was your family in town?
My next family, we lived in a house when I was very young. We lived in a street. I mentioned it once, was Krzyska, which is a Kreuz, whatever. This is the name of the street. And in this house, we lived in one side, and mother's sister was on the other side of the corridor. So she had a sister, and we had cousins. Holländer. They moved. They luckily they moved to Israel before the war, because they moved from Shanov to Troppau, which was Sudeten, Deutschland. And when the Germans came in, they left to Israel. So
were they Zionists? Were they always Zionists?
Everybody was a Zionist. Everybody was Zionist. They were religious people, and they had to leave. They didn't want to stay with the Germans. Maybe so they left to Israel, and they stood. One sister still there, one cousin, which is the youngest from this family, is still alive. The rest of them is not here. I'm not here.
Did your family ever think of moving to Israel?
Truthfully, my brother-in-law, sister's husband, once he had a tough time in Shanov. He was a foyer, and he couldn't really make it out. So he thought, it was just a thought, to go to Israel. As whatever, he had a few dollars, whatever. But he didn't realize.
Did you ever have any grandparents living with you?
My grandmother.
Your mother's mother?
Hannah Hinder, my mother's mother. Hannah Hinder. She preferred to be with my mother than the aunt, which was across, because she liked better my father. So, son-in-law. He was a good son-in-law. And this was the story.
What did you learn from your grandmother? What are things that she told you?
Well, my grandmother had a hard life. Her husband died when he was 30 years. He left her with 7 kids. He died. His name was Bendit, which my older brother's name is after this grandfather. So what was the question?
The things that you learned from your grandmother.
Yeah, she talked about family at home, how she provided, and she traveled from one son to the other son, to the other daughter. So only good things.
Did you have a close relationship with her?
Very much. Well, as a matter of fact, sometimes she didn't like it, because on a Saturday afternoon, when she moved out with us, and she was in an apartment from herself, Shabbos, I bothered her when she was sleeping. I went for whatever this is. It used to be that like you go for something like some goodies. So this was the way it was. But I was a kid. That's what it was.
What did you do with your brother? Who were you closest with in your family, your brothers and sisters?
With everybody. I fought with Ruvain. He was a year. I was born in July. He was born in December. So it was a year and a half. So we were together, but we fought too.
How did you fight? What was fighting? Physical, words?
Well, I wanted to join his friends, and he didn't want it. So I started running. So that's how it was.
And where were they running to? What were they doing?
He had his friends, and I wanted to join his friends.
What kind of games did they play? What did they do with themselves?
Kid stuff, I don't know. Played games, played ball, whatever.
Were you good at sports?
In school, I played. Yeah, I did play.
You enjoy it?
I enjoyed it, and then I played it also in Cheder. We had big enjoyment. And in the winter, we had sled rides, and after 8 o'clock, everybody was running for his enjoyment. And we ran with there was no sleds handmade, but it worked, and we had our enjoyment. We came home. We had to make the homework and go back to school, and this was day after day. That's how it was.
Did you ever go away from your town, visit another town when you were young?
Not really. The only way when I went away from my town, it was the customary was everybody was had to register for the military. This was by the age of 17, registered. Then they called you in by 21, by 20, 21, and this year, in this age, you had to stay for a commission, for commission. And it was customary, the Jewish people didn't want to go to the army. And they looked for a way not to go. So when my turn came, I had to leave town. And I left town to Krakow. And I stood there hidden. I didn't go to I didn't present myself. So I was illegal in Krakow. And my father sent me money, whatever. You know.
Where did you hide?
I didn't hide. I was in Krakow with another friend who also ran from Sonderkommando. This was customary.
Where'd you sleep?
My father gave me money to rent something. I slept in a house where there were other people. So they gave me a bed, and then I slept there, and then I lived there. And this was going on until January 39.
Again, let me ask you the question. Why didn't the Jews want to join the Polish army?
Why? For two reasons. One reason was a Jew was very much fragile about the kids, you know. They didn't want to give them the rough time. And secondly, we weren't so much, what do you call it, citizens, good to Poland, that we should serve in the army. They weren't so good to us that we should serve in their army.
So you didn't feel Poland your homeland in any way?
It was my homeland. I was born there, I was educated, I went to school there, and we had business there. But friendship, there was no friendship. There was no friendship.
How many Jews lived in your hometown?
My hometown was, what do you call it? A nice town. We had, I would say, 20,000 Jews living there.
How many people in the whole town? Do you know, Poles and Jews together?
We were two-thirds. And we had, I have a book here. You can see that there was very much a social life, very much education life, and everything was there. Really everything.
Did you have a library?
We had a library. If you ask me, a library in school, we had our books. In Stiebel, there was a library that you wouldn't fit into this house.
Do you remember the name of it?
Of what?
Of the library.
The name of it, Shas, Charles Achievert, if you know what it is, Pilpul, and it was a lot going on. Shulchan Aruch, the Rambam, the Ramban. It was a library. You could study there 24 hours a day, and never get tired of it.
Did you have Jewish theater?
There was sometimes came a troupe to Jigan and Schumacher. They came.
So you saw some of it as a child?
As a child, not in a theater. I was in a group where we didn't go to theaters, but we went. Sometimes there was a Purim thing or Hanukkah, and it was a group came to make a party. So I went there.
Did you ever do anything amongst your own students? Did you do something for Purim? Did you wear costumes?
Yeah, this is customary. Customary. We drank Gregors. We did all the things which was. We did even annoy people in Tisha B'Av to throw them those things which annoys them. I feel sorry for them, but this was the custom. You know, those little weeds in the beards. This was fun. But this was a part of the fun. But we did it.
So you finished elementary school in this town. You at 17 you went
elementary school before.
You finished 7 years of elementary school.
Tauber was 13, 11, 12, 13.
What did you do between the time you finished elementary school and you went to Krakow? What did you work?
I studied. The most thing I studied a few years in Stiebel.
Did you enjoy it?
I belonged there. It was I learned in Yeshiva in Kshanev for a few years. Then I went to Sosnowitz in Kibbutz Gvora, in the Rumska Yeshiva, which I studied there for a year and a half.
Did you stay and sleep in the town in Sosnowitz?
Oh yeah, I sleep in the town, and some people ate take. You know what means take? One day here, one day here. My father, I was in a Besatafshel, means. You know what means Besatafshel? A place with a cook where people went there every day, and the rabbi took care of it. Because the reason was my father was known to Rabbi's son-in-law. The son-in-law was a son of the Crema Rebbe, and my father was a chushev yiter, if you know what it means. So he took me to the Best Afshel. So I didn't eat take, but we had boys in Kshanev from the yeshiva, which they ate by us. One day another day another one. This was customary.
So everybody helped each other within the community.
Oh yes.
And you knew everybody in your community? You were all friendly?
I knew a lot of people. But I should tell you, if I take now the Kshanev book and I look up the people there, I didn't know many of them. I knew more in my capacity where they were. there were, for example, the organizations, cynical. There was one was a Paul Zioni, there was one was a social bond, and I didn't belong there. So I belonged more to the Haggadah, to the more religious ones. And that's what it was.
So now, from this point, you went to Krakow. Your father's helping you in Krakow. We got you to Krakow.
Yeah.
And your father's helping you, sending you money to rent a room.
Yeah, so he helped me out, and I should be able to stay there.
Fine. We'll stop the tape now. We'll continue on the next tape. Tell me about your life in Krakow.
In Krakow, I continued what I did at home, but also I tried to be involved in business. And whatever my father did at home, we had like a representation from our firm, from our manufacturer, and I went around to sell, and I did. I did quite well. Started up, you know. As a matter of fact, that my brother followed me from Kranov. I made customers. We had a representation from a manufacturer, a good manufacturer, and we opened up in Krakow, then also a shop. And then I was also busy in the same way I did at home. I joined people there by learning, and that's how I spent the time.
Where did you study in Krakow?
Where?
Do you remember? Yeah.
In Adamsko Stiebel.
Where was it located? Do you remember?
On the Maidkas, Miedowa. Miedowa 15. So it was a few Stiebels from Radomsk. You know, I'm talking about, there were a lot of Stiebels, but there was a lot of Hasidim Stiebels. So mine was Radomsk. So I learned there.
Do you remember where you lived, where the address was, where you lived in Krakow?
I lived in Krakow on the Dittelsgasse, Dittler. The number, I don't remember the number. I lived there with a guy, by a family named Wertheimer, and they gave me space. I lived there with a friend, also for Kranov, which also departed to Krakow. He didn't want to go to the army. Lipschitz was his name, from Kranov, and we lived together there. We rented a bed, a room, not apartment. It was Wollheimer. What did I say was his name? Wollheimer?
Wertheimer?
Wertheimer, yeah. Wertheimer. And that's where I live.
Did you see your father? Did he come and visit?
Oh, yes. My father came to Krakow also on business. My brother came, and I saw them, of course. And I was in the correspondence, and, but I had to be away. And by the end of it, shall I continue? By the end of it, I was tired. The reason I went to Krakow is because the way to overgo the draft was to look for a doctor wherever, whatever, you know, they smeared him to get free. So I was there till from 37, from 38 till beginning of 39. And then I got tired and I came back. And somehow we contacted somebody who wanted to take money, but they took me to the army. It didn't help. They paid. You know what I mean? I couldn't stay longer on the car. I missed something at home, and they drafted me, and I was in the army.
From your hometown they drafted you, or from
my hometown? From my hometown, they drafted me. So there was one was a physic, one was a doctor, military, and they gave me the qualification. And they drafted me, and they called me right away. The beginning of 39, when I came home, I stood to the draft, and a month later they called me in. Usually it takes a year, it takes this year, but they called me right away. In March I was already in the army, and in November was the war. In September was the war, so I was in active duty when the war started.
Where were you stationed in the army?
It's a joke in Auschwitz. This was the Kaserne, Auschwitz.
What was your position? What did you do?
I was in the army, and they called CKM, which is heavy equipped machine guns. In Polish, CKM is the word for heavy machine guns. And I was till September.
What did you have to do with the machine guns? What was your job?
How to use it. Well, it was distributed in certain ways. One was carrying ammunition, one was carrying the gun. The gun was from two parts, one which you put up, the other one was the real thing. So sometimes I was given the stand, which was the heaviest. So that's what it was. Not always. Otherwise, you have to carry two boxes of ammunition to the position.
How were you treated as a Jew?
Sometimes I had a good corporal, and sometimes I had a dog, which means in Jewish, you know what I mean, anti-Semite. And but in overall, I held out.
When they treated you badly, what were the kinds of things that they did to the Jews in the army? An example.
Called me names. You know, it was anti-Semitism. And anti-Semitism. And, but in overall, I held up. I held up to that, but I wasn't even long there. Because the war broke out in September. I was from March till September. You weren't finished yet, because my father didn't go for it. So he had a doctor. He had a middleman, which had connections to a doctor, a military doctor, and they thought of something to pull me out. They gave me some things to take, and the blood should show that something there. But it didn't work. And then in order, not only it helped me, but it made it worse for me, because they came on the idea that I did something. And if it wouldn't be the war, I would have had to stand for a trial at that time. But the war broke out, and everything was forgotten, and...
Why were you released from the army? Because of the Germans?
I wasn't released from the army. I was not released from the army. I was in the war. When the war broke out, I was in active duty. And I was marching. And I was marching with the army. But then with a battle. A big battle. And it was where they surrounded us. And I pulled out, I hid near a river. When they all passed by, they occupied already. I changed the clothes and I came home.
Do you know where you were when you were?
I know where I was. I was from Krakow, from Auschwitz. I came back to Chanów because Auschwitz and Chanów is next to it. If you know about it. And from there I couldn't stay there because I was a deserter. You know what I mean? So I went and I joined in Krakow. I joined a division, and we went up to Tarnów, and near Tarnów there. Well, I had a fight was starting, and it was a fight. A lot of people died there, but somehow I ran out and I hid.
What was the group that you joined in Krakow?
The group?
What was it? Did it have a name? What was it? Was it a resistance group?
The army.
The army again.
In the army. I joined the army again. And I joined the army again, and they sent me to another division, whatever it was, near Tarnów. And we marched till under Tarnów, and there I split.
And you came back home?
I changed, and I came back home. I came back home to Chanów. My parents were already. They migrated from Chanów to Krakow. We had our business in Krakow. So at that time, people migrated because they ran from the Germans. Nobody knew that there's no use to run because you ran from one room to the other room. But that's the way it was. And plenty of people didn't reach the destination. They were killed. It was plenty to tell about it. But my parents moved to Krakow, and I came home. When I came home from when I deserted there, when I came out, I went back to Chanów, and I went to our apartment, and I stood there. I stood there till I joined the parents back in Krakow.
Were your sister and brothers also in Krakow now?
One sister was in Krakow, and the older sister was in Chanów.
Was she married?
She was married, yeah, she had kids. Yeah, she was married. The younger sister, Regina, which I told you, she was in Krakow. And so I went to Chanów, and I went to our apartment. And then I came back to Krakow. At that time, they confiscated everything in the home because the first thing they did is whoever had business, they took all the business away. They forced me to open up shop, and they pulled out everything, pulled out all the goods. Not only they pulled it out, but they gave me to carry it on trucks. Yeah, leather, balls of leather, 100 pound or 100 kilo.
This is still in your hometown before you left.
My hometown, when the parents weren't there even. So they emptied out the stock. And,
they let you go, though. After you did that, they let you go.
They let me go.
Did they do anything to the Jews in the town that remained?
At that time, there was next to Kshanov a place which called Chabinia. Did you hear about this place? 5 miles, 5 kilometers, even less than 5 miles. And there, when they arrived, they took, what do you call it? They took people as whatever. They took whoever was on the way. They assembled them in a place and they killed them. As a matter of fact, if you look in the Kshanova book, you will see a matzeva with the names of the people which they killed there. They just killed them. What do you call it here? If you take one as
hostages.
Hostages. Took hostages. Hostages. They kept them there and they killed them. Put them that day now. They killed them. And then Kshanova they took also a hostage, a friend of mine, which I went together to Cheder, to school. And he was one of the most popular because the father was the biggest gevier, you know what it means? Rich man. And they took him as a hostage too, and they killed him too. So I went back to Krakow, and I lived with the parents.
Where did you live in Krakow? Do you remember where?
Yeah, Gertruda 15. It was Midtown, a good section. We had our business in Krakow. We had also our business in Krakow.
They didn't take away this business yet?
No. They didn't, but we hid it. We had to take out the merchandise and hide it. And then we left the apartment. And we didn't have it. They made Judenrein in Krakow. And they sent us to the ghetto. So they took it anyway. Whoever took it, took it. We didn't have it.
You went from this apartment to the ghetto in Krakow, your whole family?
From there was an order that all the Jews had to leave Krakow and to the ghetto. So at that time, we moved to Bobova from Krakow. My brother was there at that time. The younger brother, the older brother, not the oldest. The oldest went to Lemberg, you know, to the other end of this, Russia. And in the same building there where we were were some people who left to Bobova. So he says he's going too. So he was the one who was in charge, because my father was already at that time. He was afraid to go out. And he went there and he rented an apartment. Bobova was also a town, a small town, but the Rebbe was there. Do you know the Bobova Rebbe? Did you hear about it? This was the town where we lived. We moved. So we lived there, and from there, was it 39? We lived there for a year, and the ghetto came there, not the ghetto, the Gestapo came there, and they lined us up, and they took us out from there. The young people took out, all the young people assembled from Bobova, and they sent us by train. So I was among them.
When was this? Do you remember what year?
This is what I try to remember. I missed something to tell you. I was with my brother in Bobova, the one who rented apartment, and he used to go to Tarnov. Bobova was not far from Tarnov. To Tarnov, and he had some way of shuttling and making we had to make a living. And he brought from one place to the other, whatever. when he came so he went to Tarnov. From Tarnov he went to another town, the name is Rzeszów, if you heard about it. No, Rzeszów, another bigger town. And he carried from one place to the other, letters, money, whatever, you know what I mean? And he made somehow, and he came back for the weekends. And he carried a white band, which means this white band gave him the permission to go on the railroad, because he worked, somehow it was supposed to work for the government, for the Germans. So one day somebody offered him there in Rzeszów to go not to Tarnov, but in a town, Mielec, what is the name, and bring something back. And he was not aware of anything. But all of a sudden he didn't come back for Shabbos. And it was very much disturbing. He didn't show up, he didn't hear from him, he didn't come back. Anyway, we heard that from people who went with him, that he went down the railroad in Mielec with two girls. And already, at that time it was already, what do you call it, blocked with Ukraine, with the SS. And it was Aussiedlung, what they call it, you know. So when they came down, they stopped them right away, and the girls too. And the girls came back to Tarnov. And my brother-in-law, Regina, the sister, she married to this guy, this Jakubowicz. I told you Jakubowicz. He was in Tarnov. So he came back to my sister, to Bobby, for Shabbos. So he murmured to the neighbors that I didn't want to tell us this story, what happened. That they took him away, the girls they sent him back, and the girls told the story that he says to them, they gave him a shovel to dig. So he told them, I dig a grave. And this is what it was. So at that time, in Mielec. And he went to make $1, so he gave his life. So at that time, already at home, it was very much disturbing, and my mother couldn't take it, my father. And I couldn't go out no more, you know, I couldn't face it either. And this is how it was. Later, things got, you know, tighter and tighter. They always tightened the screw more and more.
Were you already wearing a star?
Everybody wore a star. Everybody wore a star. But he wore a star, but he wore a white band. But this didn't help. When they came to make Unrein, you know what I mean, and Mielec, this is what happened.
Was this 1940 at this point?
This was 1942. 42.
And you were still in Bobova?
1940 we were still in Krakow. 41 we were still in Krakow. 41, 42. So
they took all the young men
this
away?
This was in March 42. So
when they took you on the train, it was March of 42 as well?
They assembled us, and they took all the young people on the train to Plaszow. We didn't know even where, but I looked for a chance, and I jumped a rail, and I came to Bochnia. No, a town before Krakow was Bochnia. Tarnov, Bochnia, Krakow. Yeah, so I was blocked to go back because all the young people couldn't face no more the town Bobov, because if they send us away, what are you doing here? But then I heard in Bochnia that something's going to come up in Bobova. So I tried, I got a white band, and I took a chance, Thursday night.
How did you get the white band? How did that happen, that you got it?
From only you got it. Yeah, you got, you could get it, you know what I mean? Or was it kosher, was it not kosher? You got it, that's all. You know, in normal times, they accepted it. But if it came a special thing, he tore it away. Well, what's this? What, nothing. You're still a Jew. So, where was I?
You're now trying, you heard that something's going to happen in
Yeah,
Bogota.
so I took a white band, and I took a chance, and I went to my home at night in order to get him out. So the mother says, Thursday, where are you going now? Stay over Shabbos. I says, I can't stay over Shabbos. I want you to come out. Anyway, they stood, and I left. When I left, 5 o'clock in the morning, it was the rail was going 5 o'clock in the morning back to Bochnia. From the way from Bobova. It came from Jaslo, from the other things, but the stop was there. So the railroad was already occupied with Ukrainians. Black. They stopped me. They took me to the station. And there were a lot of Jews there waiting already. Whoever in the morning, they assembled me too. And then suddenly I saw this commandant police, Polish, Lasky. And he was good. And he says to me, what are you doing here now? You're supposed to work. So I said, I came home to take some things because I didn't have what to dress. And meanwhile, they take me here. So he put me into the train. He put me into the train, and I was the only Jew which came to Bochnia, and Boba Rebbe's son was in Bochnia. And I was going in and out there. So I brought the Psira, you know. I was the first one. And this what happened. Then I didn't have, I lived a life of a dog. Because I didn't have a house where to go, and I didn't have the family. So I went back to Krakow. In Krakow, I had a sister. My sister, Regina, was in Krakow. And her husband was traveling, was doing things in Tarnov, come back. So I looked for a place. I couldn't stay with her because she had only one room with a baby, a small baby. Months. And she had her hands full. So I looked for a way where to stay. So my cousin, at that time was a, what do you call it, Aussiedlung. They assembled the people to send them away, you know what I mean?
Action.
Action, yeah, action. Aussiedlung in German. So they took his parents, my cousins. So we are a few single ones, me and the cousin and another few boys. They assigned us a room, an apartment. And this was like 3 rooms, one after the other, going in from one room, and each one, we had the last room. It was 5 people, 5 boys.
Was this in the ghetto? There was no...
In the ghetto.
It was still open, though. You could get in and out.
Where, in the ghetto? Couldn't get in and out. Yeah, you can't go. You find a way to come in. But this was after the Aussiedlung, after the action. There was no Krakow. There was only a ghetto. So one day we stood there. We lived there for a short time, and the Gestapo came looking around. They looked for what do you call it, partisans, whatever, illegals, and they knocked on the doors, and we put our lock from the outside, so it means nobody's there. But when it came there, Aumeier, a Gestapo, he kicked the door, and opened up. We all spread in the room. One jumped the window. It was on the second floor. He broke a hand. They took us, the rest of us, lined us up downstairs, and they took us to the Jewish police. The Jewish police, OD, it was Ordnungsdienst. That's what they call it. And this was September, October in 42. So they kept us there in the Ordnungsdienst, and a lot of things happened there in this time.
Were there a lot of Jews collected there at this time?
It was a full jail, all Jews.
Do you remember the name of the jail?
Ordnungsdienst.
That's the area.
In the Jewish police. In the Jewish police.
This was a place inside the ghetto?
Inside the ghetto, there was a Jewish police, and and they had like a barrack, which was a jail.
Thank you. We'll continue on the next tape.
On the next tape? Okay.
$1996. You're now in the jail of the Jewish police.
Yeah, actually, it was a Jewish jail, Ordnungsdienst, heißt OD, but it was a jail. We had counting, what do you call it, every day in the morning. In the
Appell?
Appeal, yeah, appell. We had Appellplatz, and happened also one day. This guy, assessment, Pilarczyk, is his name. Pilarczyk. He wasn't in the ghetto. Well, Kunde and Pilarczyk. All of a sudden, he brought in a young guy with a beard, a black beard, with the glasses, just for entertainment. And he says, run. So here, and we were on the appeal, on the Appellplatz. So he told him to run, and he took out the gun, and he started 1, 2, 3, 4, and he fell down. And he started with a big smile, and he left out. This is the way it was. Pilarczyk.
Now he was SS, Pilarczyk?
He was SS. And this was the jail where we were there. We were under the Jewish control, but under the Jewish hands, but in German control. And this happened, this went through New Year's to 43. 2 or 3 months, 2.5 months I was there. And before they took me in, they took us into a bed, in Krakow, in ghetto. And my sister came up with a young baby, with the baby, and brought me a package, before. Oh no, it was later. After that, they assembled us in the Ordnungsdienst, in the jail. They took us to our bed, and my sister was waiting there and gave me a package. She herself was in trouble with a 6-month-old baby, and she gave me this. I took it from her, and they loaded us on the train. And they emptied out also in Krakow. It was our main jail. which was called a criminal jail. What was it called? Monteluper in Krakow. They emptied out the jail in Monteluper, and they made a transport, us, with them.
So these were Jews and non-Jews in the jail in Krakow?
Criminals. Yeah.
Criminals.
Criminals, they emptied out the jail, and they sent us on the railroad.
In this jail in Krakow, in the ghetto, you didn't work. You just stayed in jail during the day?
Stayed in jail. Stayed in jail. And this was the end. The end was this year. It was in Krakow. It was in January 19. They shipped us. And I'm familiar because I saw the way going. It went towards my town. And we landed in Auschwitz. I saw already the lights with what do you call it? Where the guards were there on the top of the. And we landed there. It was already dark. It was winter. 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and so.
How big was the transport on the train?
How big? How far?
How many trains? Do you have any idea how many people, how many trains went that day? Not
trains. You mean cars?
Cattle cars.
Cattle cars. Cattle cars. Us was there a few hundred, and from there was more. So it was a transport. I didn't count how many, but they took us to Auschwitz. Coming to Auschwitz, when they unloaded us, I didn't even know what I saw. I saw SS there. It was strange to me. The whole scenery was strange to me. I wasn't used to it. And asking questions. Go here, go here, go here, go here. But I didn't notice it. I was too busy, too wild. Suddenly, I should know what's going on. I didn't even know what's going on. Then they took us into the camp, Arbeit macht frei. This was this thing. What I remember that. And coming into the camp, I saw people walking there. They are people, but they don't look like people. They look skin and bone. Skin and bone. And everybody had something, a rucksack, whatever, we had a package. So they jumped to tear off this package. And while they jumped, we heard with sticks, with hard sticks, knocking on the heads, that the head was going in half, but they still, like a fly goes to the fire. They know they're going to get burned, but that's how they run. And this is what I saw, this scenery I can never forget. This was Auschwitz in January 93. So they brought us to our block, and call it a hotel.
Did they divide you at that time when you got off the train? Some people to one side, some people to another side?
They divided. But I didn't notice even it. They must have divided it because we were only Jews, and they were the Polacks. So they somehow maybe they loaded us in separate wagons. But we were from the Jews which came up there, and they sent us to a block.
You didn't go through showers first. You went to a block first.
To a block first.
Do you remember the number of the block?
This block, this block was a quarantine block. I don't even remember the number. It was a quarantine block. When we came to this block, we were busy till late in the night, because they took us first to a Schreibstube, where they gave us the numbers. Everybody had to go through He gives numbers, and this is the number I got now.
Could you please tell me your number?
I told you 90124. This is the number I got there. So in other words, you give up your name, and you bought a number, and the number is worth millions. The number must be. The name doesn't matter. The people, the man doesn't have to be, because you are killed anyway. But the number must be, because they have to have a count. This was the numbers. You weren't a people. You are a number. This is what it was. So I was there at 5 o'clock in the morning. Out. Became there 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. It take a whole night. But 5 o'clock, we had to be out. With a bitter frost, a bitter cold. I had already the number. And they gave us coffee. You know, coffee. There was no chocolate in the coffee. So I looked around and I saw, going out in the morning, I saw people outside the block. Twisted, winded. So I asked, what it is? What is this? He said, these are Muslims. Muslims. You know, if they go to the toilet and they come back. So they stay there, outside. And every day was the same. So I asked there, someday I asked there, tell me, how long do you got to live here in order to survive? I saw more or less, he was, if you will survive, you will see. This is what the answer. If you will be here this long, you will see. This was the answer. That's why we stood there for a few days. And then in a few days, I saw this guy, you know, he was from Krakow, I know him, Hacker, you know, I remember the first name. He was in a three-quarter coat, you know, with boots. And he went like the sidewalk was shaking. When I saw him a few days later, I saw already the nose was blue, and was running three finger up. I says to me, this is the way it is. I realized where I am. All of a sudden, I was with a cousin, yeah. I told you that I went in Krakow. I couldn't be by my sister, and I went with my cousin, and we were 5, and the cousin was there too. And he was a Krakowian. He was born, yeah, they took his parents away from Krakow, so he was in Krakow. So he joined a few of his friends in the ghetto, and I joined them.
What was his full name?
Mietek Fuchsbrunner. Fuchsbrunner, my name. His father was a cousin to my father. So he was before the war, he was a mechanic. A Schlosser. You know what means a Schlosser? Mechanic. Good in mechanics. So I was with him together there. All of a sudden, the Schreiber comes. You know what the Schreiber is? The Schreiber from the block. They are looking for handcraft, like carpenters, and Schlosser, and other things, you know, mowers, brickwork. They're looking for. So my cousin told me, I'm going to go. I'm a Schlosser, so I have a chance. It can be worse than here. Here I can see every day is nearer to the end. So he went. So I said, I'm going to go with you. And this is the way I stuck with him. And they lined us up, and they took 25 young people. And then from the whole group there, 25. And from there, they took us to the bed, and they gave us the stripes, and they brought us back. So everybody was looking at us. How did you do it? How did you do this? You know, there was envy. I don't know, like I would make the lottery, you know? That's what it was. And they brought us a little kettle, you know, a kettle of soup, which this was a rarity. This was millions. You couldn't buy it. For us, 25. Do you know what it means? And the other ones were looking. They were looking, and they gave us a plate. Mashiach gekommen. You know what it means? And from there, they took us on a truck. They took us out from there. And to another to another camp, to another thing. And there again, they entlaused us again. You know what means entlaus? Yeah? Same thing what was in Birkenau, took us to Auschwitz. They entlaused us again, and they brought us in to Block 11 in Auschwitz. I didn't know what it is, what Block 11 is. They took us to Block 11. Over there, they let us in with the assessment in front of the door. You know what I mean? You couldn't. In the other blocks, it was open, but this was closed. And coming in there, they took us to the basement. And over there in the basement was already a group. So we joined them. Coffee, whatever. 5 o'clock in the morning. Next morning, they woke us up. And they walked us out in the morning, dark. No appeal, no appel, no nothing. They walked us, a guard, two guards, one guard, walked us out of the camp from the Tauber where we came in. And a short walk, we saw a building standing there with a fence, a wooden fence or a hard fence. And they opened up the gate and they brought us in. Over there we met a young guy, a Polak. His name was Mietek Morawa. He's supposed to be Kappa. And since then, the assessment comes in. He makes a little bit speech that this is work, and if you work, you live. And this is the end of it. And right away after that, this Mietek took a hard club. He started clubbering. We went outside. He took us outside. Outside, this was the crematorium. He took us outside in the what do you call it? In the backyard, in the front yard, where the gate was there. And dark it was, and I saw a piled up, frozen, and I didn't know even what it is. It was dark. And then he came out with a club. He says, "Pull him in, pull him in." We couldn't even start. This was Muslims, dead ones, but they were frozen because there was water on top of it. The frost was cold. We had to part him. We exhausted doing this, and he was running after us. And we brought him in, and then the job was there was ovens, and it was a truck which goes on the reels. You put up a few bodies and you push them in. They learned how to do it and go into the oven, and the one who was holding the bodies, and he pulled out the oven. Anyway, we stood there 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. We came 25. We came back 10 and 11. The rest of it didn't make it. Didn't make it.
Tell me, before you leave this place, tell me the exact situation of what happened. You went outside to get the bodies. You loaded them up on the trolley.
First of all, we had to bring them in. We had to, because the truck, when the truck came at night, he lifted them up, and the bodies fell down, and they were laying there for the night, and they were frozen into one piece. We had to separate them, and it wasn't easy to separate them. And he was behind us with clubs.
And you had no utensils to separate them, just your
No,
hands.
with the hands. Mietek Morawa. This was a young guy, a Polak, a blond one, maybe 22 years. And he eliminated us to half the size.
How many bodies did you get into the crematoria at one time?
No, we took these bodies in. It was a mortuary, a big room. We brought them in. From there, then we took in one by one to the ovens. There was a small crematorium with a big chimney.
Was there a method? Did you use the smaller bodies first?
There was no method. There was no method. Bringing bodies that's all. It was placed, put in another one. It should be full. But usually this we learned. This how you should divide it. We learned it in Birkenau, which I'll come later to it. But anyway, he rushed us. We had to bring in the bodies and load it on the truck. And the truck was on rails. You know, on rails. On the oven was 2 rails. And the truck was like a moving truck with wheels. We moved it in, and somebody held it back with a fork in order for them to stay there, and he pulled back with our team. And we did this for a few weeks. Then, later, in the regular hours, came the original team, which was there. One Slovaks, one was a Frenchman, one was from Warsaw, and one was, and they came into work. But we had to learn the work. You know, they showed us the work, what it means, showing, not showing. What do you need us if you are here? Or what do we need here? There was no way to knowing until January, middle of February. We were there. Took us back to Auschwitz, to Birkenau. In Birkenau, they took us to block. It was block 2. Old Birkenau, you see, beginning. This was in January 93. '43. So they brought us into this block, and in this block was already a full block with Jews, and they called itself Sonderkommando. They brought us in Sonderkommando, and I learned there a lot of things. What it was about. I saw already in Auschwitz was more or less later what I found out. For Muslims, you know, all the people who died, and specials, you know what I mean? Specials, 20, 30, 50, 100. This was specials because this was like you serve after the meal. What do you call it? You know, this was a special. Little things, 100, 150, 70. Some of them to shoot, or some of them they want to save the gas and they shoot. Anyway, when they brought us to Auschwitz, to Birkenau, I found out where I am. So they brought us from Block 2 to Sonderkommando. Oh, that's where I am. And what are you doing? They are going to bunkers. They had 2 shifts, 3 shifts, Bunker 1, Bunker 2, Bunker 3. Bunkers were what do you call it, caves, where they brought transports out of Birkenau, and there was a, what do you call it, from the little, the Polen, you know, me Polen, they lived in the little town there. They emptied out the whole place, and they fixed a house for guessing. So they brought in the winter, or in summer, whenever it was, they undressed. In one house they undressed, and they put him in the bunker, where they guessed him. And from the guessing, there was no ovens. So the Sonderkommando had to make the bunkers, the holes. They had a way of putting 2x4s back and forth, like this, and then they had to serve with gasoline or whatever. I didn't work there, but the commander worked there. So that's where I was. What do you need me? If you have here a few hundreds of people, and then I learned they were there. They came from Białystok, from Lomza. They came from Makowa, and from other towns there, from Grodno. This transport came by the end of the year. So they filled up. Where I came in, they stood there already for 2 months. Why did they stay for 2 months? Before them, there was a commander which they killed. They guessed them all. They killed them all off, so they took a new commander. You know, something I heard that they planned something, they didn't plan something, whatever it was. Reasons, there's plenty of reasons for doing this. Am I too far away? So this was what it was. This commander was there. And they came home and they changed. Day shift, night shift. Bunker 1, Bunker 2, Bunker 2, Bunker 1, day and night, 4 shifts, hundreds of people. They were busy.
All Jews?
All Jews. Only Jews. So us, they didn't call it. For us, they made our commander, the 10, 12 people, whatever it was, and they took us in Birkenau in a new building, a crematorium 2. Auschwitz was crematorium 1. In this one, they built a big crematorium 2. And what they sent us to Auschwitz to learn the trade, the ovens, because the other ones, you wanted bunkers, which were, they throw the people into this here. Then they had to empty out this because the earth was turning back with the bodies. They were swollen in summertime, big troubles. So this was the beginning of crematorium. So they built a big crematorium there, and we supposed to be the specialists in the bunker, in other words, how to run the ovens. So we experience. So they took us in, and there was one Oberkappo. The Oberkappo's name was August Brick. August. Actually, there were three kind of signs here. One was a green, one was a yellow, one was a red. The green was criminals. The yellow, I don't know what it was. The red was political. We were political. We had a red, you know what I mean? But he had a green, so he was a criminal. So later we found out he came from Sachsenhausen or from Buchenwald, but he was a specialized man. You look at him, he was almost middle-aged, skin-boned, tall, and he looked at you and he knew who you are. You know, he wasn't a bad man altogether. I don't know, he didn't give orders to kill, But he gave his advices how to do it. They eliminated the trucks with the wheels. All they had there, and this in the new building, there was 15 in a row, 15 ovens. They didn't play small. They played big. Well, if you have to play, you got to play, right? So 15 ovens. And they didn't have no more trucks on rails, but they had like big plates with two handles, and it was a little bit like rounded, and on the end they had two what do you call it? Which the plates were laying, was
handles.
Not handles, but to move it on the ovens was a trestle, like to put up the array. This.
There were poles.
Huh?
There were long poles.
Long poles, but in the middle was to take a body. You know what I mean? Like a dish, and it rested on the two rails by the oven, and then to move it in, and then it was he gave.
Continue.
He learned how to do it. Two sides. We had a stick, and the plate was laying on the stick. One stick from in front, one stick in the back, and in the back altogether was two handles. And when we loaded the dead bodies, one on the other, and then one on top, 3. So we
We'll stop right here with that description. Thank you. 1 minute.
Yeah.
'96. You were talking about the description of the bodies on this circular plate.
He gave us advices how to do it. He learned us how to do it. He had experience in this. And said it should be easier to work. He took a pail with soap water and add a little bit of water. It should go slide smooth, and then put on the bodies on top of it. And then one picks up from the back, and two guys by the first stick, 2 guys by the first stick. With other words, 5 people picked up the 3 bodies, put them on the rails, and the 6th one had a fork which attached to the back of the body. And when the rail was inside in the oven, he held back this ear, and they moved out to this picture. And this was 15 bodies. It took 20 minutes. 15 ovens, 3 bodies, 20 minutes. Wholesale.
What was your shift?
My shift was a Heizer. My shift changed. Once night shift, once day shift. That's how it was. Night shift and day shift. So it wasn't. I'm night all the time night. One day, one night. That's how it was. But we were one commander. There were more than one commander. There were many commanders, many kappos. But shifts. Each commander from one kappa had 2 shifts: night shift and day shift.
When you were relieved of your shift, where did you go?
to the block.
Were you ever allowed out of the block?
No. No. Our block was blocked. There was a what do you call it? A guard, not an SS guard, but from the block guard. The block elster was responsible for it.
Who was your block elster?
Serge was his name, from the Sonderkommando. Maybe you heard about it.
Do you remember his last name, Serge?
I remember the last name. Serge. He was a French. He was French. I know exactly how his face looked, but what was his name? He was. Maybe I'll recall.
Also, you mentioned August Brick. What was his?
Brick was the Oberkappo.
Right. What was his nationality?
German. He was German. He was in the he was sent from the political the CIA.
How did Serge treat his people?
He was a quiet man. He looked like a settled man. He was a criminal. He must have been a criminal. But he didn't treat us bad. He just wanted to work. He wanted the work. And he was this liaison with the political. See, because there were Jewish kappos there too. And he was Oberkappo. So.
Did you work on a particular oven specifically?
No. If we had a shift, we served the whole crematorium. Our shift. Then came another shift and took over the same thing.
So you were in Block 2, Crematoria 2.
Block 2, Crematoria 2.
All the time? Never
Not
saw
all the time. No way. Because they built now, they kept building and building blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks. This was from the old. And then they took us into to Camp D, Block 13. Block 13 was Sonderkommando. But this wasn't at that time. So the first transport to this, when the first transport came to Sonderkommando 2, they built also Sonderkommando 3. One opposite the other. 2 and 3 opposite the other, they built. But the first one, it was in March 93.
43,
they brought the first. They made the renewing from Krakow. Shipment from Krakow. This was the number 108. I'm 93. This was 108,000. The first big transport from Krakow. And this crematorium was built when they brought in the trucks. It was a pitch going down, with a way going down, and facing a basement. But this was a basement. It was big to take in a few thousand people. And from there this was the dressing room with numbers, where to the hook, and this, and this, and then the shower room. And next thing was a big door going to the shower room. And this was the guest chamber. But all the signs were shower room, dressing room, shower, this and that. And then there was a big elevator. A big elevator. Taking in 10 bodies like nothing. Up and down. So the first was the Krakow transport. Then I was there for a while, and they built, little by little, they took over the commander, the Sonderkommando, which were by the bunkers. Most probably what I heard is it didn't work out by the bunkers. It didn't work out. It didn't do the job. And they had to go back to the job because of the smell and of the summer. The bodies swell, you know, and it was oozing. It couldn't take this work. So they employed the people there to open up and burn them. In the beginning, they buried them, and then they burned them. So the old thing they had to open up and the old thing and burn them again, and start burning them. But later on, this commander was part of the Sonderkommando. We were only a few, and they learned the trade too. They learned the trade. I mean, the Heitzers were the first ones which the schleppers, there was a lot. You know what means schleppers? Huh? Schleppers, so all you had to do is a belt from the pants, you put it on a hand, and you schlep. All by the feet. This was the way they did it, you know? And they had to pour water, it should be slippery. And then was before they brought him in, they had to take him to cut the hair, take out the teeth, and then bring him there, and then the Heitzers. So they built also 4 and 5. On the same, where 1, 2, and 3 was, a little bit further up, near the forest, there was a little weldel. They built another 2, and I was assigned to the 4 and 5. 4 and 5. And there was 2 kappers. One was Leiser kapper, and one was Schlomer kapper. I was with Leiser. He was a Luftwaffe, no, Bialystok there, Lomja.
And he was with you at 4. You were in 4.
Then at 5. Beginning at 4, then at 5. Coming there, we worked there, we had steady supply. There was one guy, the SS Scharführer, Quackenack. We called him the Malchamuvis. You know what means Malchamuvis? Because he always came with good psiris. A shipment is coming. He looked like an ape, you know, with his face, but tough. And the Commanderführer, Scharführer, was his name was can't remember. Corgus. Voss, F-O-S-S, Oberscharführer Voss. He was the Commanderführer from this crematorium in our. And then there were SS also. The SS was some Germans, and some were Ukrainians, and some were Lithuanians. So you worked there, and it was busy from wherever. France is France, Belgium is Belgium, and Saloniki is Greece, and from Krita, you got from all over coming, you know, Hollanders, every day. And this was going on for a long time. But when it came small things, so they brought in with a truck, whatever. If it was 100, it didn't pay. You know, there were some three gas rooms, and for small amounts, it didn't pay. So once a higher SS asked this force, what do you think we should do? How should we treat those people? Should we give them Cyclone B or Kohlenfang. You know what it means? You give him steak or you give him chicken. Kohlenfang means a bullet in the head, and then Cyclone B means gas, you know? And they discussed it very much. I mean, it was on their mind, you know, they're doing a job. And, but the couple, Liza couple, whatever, he was one of us. And he warned us sometimes, you know, if we try to a little bit goof around, and sometimes came the bigger echelon came there to look around, to check it. But generally, he handled him. And I guess he bribed him too, because by the transports, by the shipments, when they finished, when they undressed, the commander undressed, we were by the ovens, and he was the copper. And after the undressing, they chased him to the guest chambers. They closed the door. They closed the door, and you could hear the knockings. You know, they were fooled around. They were fooled into to go there. They saw signs to the bath, and all of a sudden they knocked the door and they closed it permanent. And on top of the roof, there was a chimney with a steel guard, which it should going down to the bunker, and they poured in the gas over there, the cyclone. And this evaporated, but this on heat, it makes a smoke, and the smoke it just kills. So you heard banging in the doors, you heard screaming in the beginning, but after a while, you had less and less and less till. So after that, the schleppers, whatever, in the commander, they had to put on gas masks to open the doors. They were in the back doors, windows, and air it out. And they had to put in gas masks to pull out the people from there. The people were soiled, and the people were also bent one to another, families, you know, a father with a son, with a wife, you know, the kids, young ones. The strong ones always run on the top, because they try to go to the door, but everybody tried to go to the door and away from the guard, because the guard they saw coming out this gas, but it didn't help anything. It didn't help anything. After 10 minutes, you didn't hear a sound. So they cleaned up, brought it in there, and this was the work.
What did you do exactly? What was your job?
Pushing in, picking up the board on the rails, one of those, or with the guard holding back and pulling back. This was the work.
How did you survive all of this? Was there any organizing going on with the Sonderkommando?
Survive? It was a lot to say, because this only through pure luck that I'm here. If I wouldn't be here, there wouldn't be a storyteller. There was many times that I was supposed to be on the selection, because they from time to time they made selection. They take a few hundred down. They send them to Lublin. You know what I mean? They say to Lublin, there you need him, my boy, and we didn't hear from them. But sometimes, when from Lublin Russians came to Auschwitz, to Birkenau, some of them recognized that they wear boots in garments from the people who went there, because they sent them over here. When the Russians were near, so So they told the story. So a secret cannot be forever. So this is how it was. And on the point with food, somehow we had a handle on it. You know what I mean? Because after they went there, they left everything behind, and the commander had to lift everything to the truck. There was a commander, his name Canada. And this Canada took in everything which the people brought in. They handled it later. But the food, if somebody had a handle on it, they tried to have some food. So this was the way Sonderkommando had a chance to eat more than the other ones. And this was the story.
Was there black marketing? Were people able to approach you at all?
Black market?
And from the Canada to the Sonderkommando, were there exchanges?
Well, I can tell you this. There are some of them there, I hear, they had connections. I had no connections. I had no connections. And they were organized. They say, we heard in there that something is coming up in the air. Is something, a revolution, something upstanding. You know what I mean? With the whole camp. And once when I was on day shift, and the night shift left, I heard that it's supposed to be at that night. It's supposed to be something coming up. All of a sudden, the commander, the Russians, they didn't. The Russians or the Polacks, they didn't rush because it didn't. They were not as hot as the Sonderkommando were hot. You know what I mean? In the Sonderkommando was only one way. You come in, but you cannot go out. You cannot wait for miracles. If they had, for example, in the middle of 43, by 6 months being there, they had this clearing up from Sosnowitz, Belgium. This was day and night. This went for day and night there. And I want to say, so we were, so after when the slag, they took out a few hundred. So before it came, they put in a few hundred people. The few hundred people were the most engaged in the gas chambers, bringing into the place where, what do they call it, the mortuary, and from there they brought into the crematorium. So those, they changed back and forth. You know what I mean? As soon as Gold Slack, they took out 200 people. They sent them out to Lublin, to Chelmno. They sent, yeah, we have a job, we have plenty of jobs. But actually, this was the end. So, the Sonderkommando was more in it than the lager. Always when it came a time to act, they said, wait a minute, we have still time. And then the Russians started moving, and they said, well, we can wait. But we couldn't wait. After that, it dragged to 43. One time came a little shipment. So it was their families, mothers and kids. This mother came in, she held a baby. In the force, the Oberkappo force, he was the commander Führer, but when it came small things, he had a rifle, a silencer. So this lady comes in with the kid, and he goes in with his rifle, and she turns back. He goes to the kid, and she turns back to him and covers the kid. He goes here, she goes around. All of a sudden, he gives a bang in the kid. So the mother takes the kid and throws him in his face. He was bloody from head to toe. And he says to this Gorgis, he was the Underscharführer under him. Ich habe es genug. You know what it means? Ich habe es genug. And the cup. He gave him this. He was bloody. This was stories which you can tell and tell. Then once they brought in a small transport or a transport, they came assess with the what do you call it? Those summits. You know what it means? The hats, the black.
Like a beret, or
not a beret? No hats, but with the black corduroy, around this year. But officers. What is his name? Kit. One was Kit. The other one was another name. These were doctors. So he selected from the transport. He selected, say, 20 young, fresh. If he selected them, they must be good. And the rest of it, they sent him to the gas chamber. Regular work. Those 20 had Sonderbedienung, special treatment, shooting, not gassing, shooting. And then they tried to work on them. They cut pieces from the thighs, cut pieces from the muscles, and in pails. And when they cut those pieces, the pieces were still alive. They were moving, but this was the work there. The doctors, this was special doctors to it.
And they did that inside where you were, in the
mortuary.
In
the mortuary, we were by the ovens. This crematorium 4 was in a smaller form than the crematorium 2 and 3. 4 and 5 was in a smaller form than 2 and 3. 2 and 3 were 15 ovens, here were only 8. So in the mortuary was next to it. In the middle was a dentist and a hair cutter. It was a little room, the hair cutter, and then came every here and there, they came out to collect the teeth, And after the mortuary were the bunkers, the gas chambers. So it wasn't so big, we could see through.
Do you remember the names of any of the doctors that you saw there?
Yeah, I told you, Kit. Another one I got written down.
The dentist, by chance? Do you remember the name of the dentist?
Dentists, Jewish dentists. They took him two Jewish dentists, French. From a transport, they asked for dentists, and they thought they're going to have dentists. You know what I mean? Because there was also a what do you call it? A recovery room, whatever, for sick people. And meanwhile, they took him into to the crematorium to be the dentist, not to pull teeth. Pull teeth was a prisoner, like us, regular one. A prisoner, his name was Epstein. But he did say this. We did the ovens. He did the teeth pulling. And one did the hair cutting. As a matter of fact, the hair cutting wasn't my commander, but another commander was Kamiński. You heard about Kamiński? No. He was also a nice, a Jewish capo. And he had the crematorium 2, 3. And he had, in his commander, he had a Dayan, a Rav, a whole selection of those people. So he gave them the hair selection, a special job to collect the hair, because he didn't want them to work on the other things. So,
we were talking about the doctors and the dentists. And Kaminsky took these group of Hasidic young men?
Yeah, he put them up for the special job there. But the dentist, by the end of it, I have to jump from one thing to the other, and they come back. The end of the dentist was that when the Aufstand was, there was an Aufstand, you know what it means, Aufstand. I wrote, they took their lives. They took their own lives because they kept them there. There was no way out. If you smelled the Sonderkommando, this was the end of it. You couldn't go out of there. So they took their own lives. They fell into Sonderkommando as dentists. Then what?
They had a special job. The dentists themselves.
What the dentist did, they melt the teeth. What this Epstein pulled out was this tooth puller. Took out. He put it in a basket. The SS came and took this basket. And they gave it to them, and they melted it, and they returned it to the German. Behörden, you know what I mean? It's gold. It's not only live, but we can use gold too. What is next?
Other people that you remember seeing there, that you remember names of, their jobs? Are there other people that you remember distinctly? From your commando or the commando next to you?
From the jobs?
From the jobs.
We were on one commando, Sonderkommando.
Right, but do you know certain names, the ones that were in a different oven or had a different job? Like you talked about Kaminsky. Were there other people?
Kaminsky was a copper in Crematorium 2 and 3. We had a copper laser, and there was Schleimer, which we alterated.
Okay, think about it, we'll continue it on the next tape. Thank you. July 22nd, 1996. Yes, please tell us.
It was in the third quarter, I guess, 43. A big transport came from Germany, Hamburg, something like that, with American passports. They had some kind of visas, American passports, and they took him in. They went to Crematorium 2. Everything, was disguised with the signs, the washrooms, and the numbers. And you remember where you put the things and put away the things. And then after that, you get in soup prepared. And this is because of the Swiss agency demands this from the Americans. The Swiss, they have to go through the Swiss. So this is the last stage. Anyway, when they brought in one transport, then they put him in the shower room there, and they held him for the next transport. And they got wise, and they got and they got nervous. And they saw what is going to happen. So this woman started to make a show there. Inside there were some SS people. She started dancing for them. They looked at it, excited. All of a sudden, she grabbed the gun and she shot him. Schillinger, Oberscharführer.
Do you remember the name of the man she shot?
Schillinger, Oberscharführer Schillinger. At that time, there was a big thing going on. They didn't know how to handle it. People came in, fresh people. Inside there was shooting, so they started shooting uncontrollable, you know. And at the end of it, they killed everybody. They killed the whole transport. They killed. This was in 43, but end of 43. Then it came one time by a transport. There was this prisoner from the Sonderkommando which told a guy, you should know that you're going to be guessed. This is a woman, she was hysterical. She got hysterical. And she started talking about, there were signs that they were going to the bath, and she started talking about it to other people. But meanwhile, they didn't buy it. Can be. So, but as the time went on, they didn't undress so fast, and they started pushing with dogs. They saw already that there's no other way. They forced them. At the end of it, they told this lady to. She could stay out. She told the story, stay out. When they finished the rest of the day, they lined up the Sonderkommando, and she gave him out. This guy. They burned him alive.
Do you happen to remember his name?
He was from the town from Volbrum. And the Scharführer was Moll. Moll. First of all, he hanged him by the feet, by the oven, and he burned him halfway, pulled him out. Then he told him to open the door and run. He should run. He ran to the what do you call it? Electric wires. And he killed him. Buried him alive later. Coming to 1944, there was a selection to be made. And at that time, 44 started Hungary, coming in from Hungary, big transports from Hungary. It was day and night with no end. And at that time, there was Oberscharführer Moll. He took over from Voss. Voss wasn't good enough. So he was the guy who liquidated the first commander in 1942, which I told you they finished one commander 42 before I came there. This was the same Moll. He was. There's no words to explain what he was. So, as he had the experience from bunkers. As the transports came in so heavy, so I was in the crematorium 5. And outside there was maybe a few hundred feet, 100, 200 feet, where the electric, the guards were there. So they digged bunkers. Beside the ovens, they digged the bunkers. And he oversaw that how to build it, and he gave the plans, and the oil should run down from one side to the other, and then if they burned the corpses, then they took the fat and put and fired on top of the bodies in order to burn better, and then he established also a big platform where they took out the bones. They turned it to dust, and they brought it to the river, to the Vistula there. There's a Vistula near Auschwitz. And at that time, it came in the hundreds of thousands, and all the crematoriums were full. You couldn't handle it this much as they came in. This was at that time was Eichmann. Eichmann was there in Hungary. So what happened then? Once he sorted out the guys from the commander, he found a watch. So he also, his system was to hang him by the feet.
You're talking about Voss?
Hmm?
Who are you talking about? Who did this?
Moll.
Moll,
not Voss. Moll. Moll took over. And this was going on till by the end of 44. In the middle of 44. Middle of 44.
How did you escape selection? How did you stay there so long?
How? It was a few selections. One, the Kappa had to say. Most of the Kappa in Auschwitz was a system. More or less, the older had the preference, the older numbers. The ones which they hired later came in the younger numbers, last in, first out. That's how it was. And then the Kappa already, I was with him a long time, so he spared me.
How many were there like you that were not taken when they should have been taken?
My cousin was there. And from my number was there. Well, I mean, it wasn't so long, but it was long. It was 2 selections, which they took out. They put in people as the transports came more. They took out people as they came down. So it was an inside selection. But then, when the Hungarians came in, there was busy from all the sides, all the crematoriums, and all they built new bunkers, and then they and before the Hungarians, they took in a few hundred there. Fresh ones, maybe 400 on top of this. Then came a selection. In the selection, I go back a little bit. The Kaminsky was kappa on crematorium too. At that time, I didn't finish what I finished there. We couldn't convince the camp to do anything, to do it, because they put it off. The time was playing for them, because the Russians came nearer. Lublin was already, at that time, was already in the hands of nowhere, or they coming in. The war turned around. So, what do you want to say? The Sonderkommando went on their own. I don't know. To tell you the truth, I was not in this politics. I don't know. I was not. There are people who were. I wasn't. I don't know. They didn't take me into those things. But one day comes a special shipment, a special car, and they took us, the whole command of Crematorium 5, and put us in the inside, not to work. They closed us up, and they did their own work. What they did is they took out Kaminsky from Crematorium 1, 2, and they burned him. They had some smell that something was going on. And they watched us.
When was this? Do you remember?
This was 44.
The middle of 44?
Middle of 44. 44. Kaminsky. And he was a good guy. He was the one who hired all the trimmer, dye him till they cut the hair. He was really but he had connections. He had connections. He pulled the strings, but there, I told you in the beginning, there was one Mietek Morawa in Crematorium 1 in Auschwitz. He killed us. He was a son of a gun. I don't want to express myself. And he had an assessment there who protected him. Actually, did protect a big one, Weber from politische Abteilung from Auschwitz. He gave him the bicycles to clean, and then that's the way, because he was a, like, what do you say, a Tucheslecker, you know what I mean? So they protected him, and the Oberkappo, what's his name, Ohlmeyer, from the Gestapo, they put it into the crematorium. But later, when the crematorium was almost obsolete, when the big crematoriums were there, they took out all those, the first commander which we came to them, they send them to us. They sent also Mietek Morawa, and there was one Józek, the scriber, and there was one Wacek, the foreman. Those three, they shipped them together to us. In other words, whoever smelled the crematorium, they couldn't go out. This is the end. This is the end of the way. The end. This is not no. This is end street. So they said that he gave him out. He gave out Kaminsky because Mietek somehow wanted to smell him out, or he would like to go, and he gave him out. That's so they kept him. And brought him to our crematorium. Also, there was one. The name was Wacek. Vladek. He, when I was joining the commander, I heard that he was before also in the commander. But somehow he was taken back to Auschwitz. And they interrogated him. He was political. He was political, and he was against the Germans. And then they brought him back and made him kappa. And he was with my commander. Together with Liza, it was also he. And once the Crematorium 5 was built after the 2 and 3. So when they built the Crematorium 4 and 5, everything was ready, but electric was not ready. So there was in the Cox place, there was a little window where the truck came to unload the. It was a full room of Cox. So once it was in the evening, but I had something to hide, food, which I had. So I put it in the Cox. So this SS Sturman, he wasn't an officer, a Sturman, he was a Lutvak, and his name was Kurshus. He came in, he saw me there on the Cox, he grabbed me to throw me out. And I know if he tells me to throw me out from the crematorium, that's the only way. That's the only way to inside he can do it on me. So he pushed me. So, and I didn't want to go. So Vladek was there, and he saved me. He saved me. Somehow word came to the SS. And shortly after came a truck. Usually they came from Silesia, came their trucks with bodies, you know, if somebody had a butcher, he sold the meat or whatever. And they did it themselves, the SS. They put the body into the oven, and the head was separate. And then when they left, we recognized this was Vladek, because he took my part, my side.
Were there underground activities going on?
What?
Underground activities going on. Were they trying to sabotage at any point?
Sabotage what? Crematorium? We didn't come to it. This was actually, they spoke about a big selection. And they assembled the people from Crematorium 4, Crematorium 5. We were, one was against the other. We were on 5, and on 4 was, the lunch came on 4, to the kettles. So we went, a weekend on 4, it was said, the people which have to be selected, a few hundred people, 200-300 people, had to be selected for transport. So there was a revolt. There was a revolt, and with bare hands, knives, whatever it is, with SS. At that time, everybody was running, like we couldn't overcome them. But they tried, and I saw the SS, our guards, taken to bicycles and to telephones, whatever there is. When I saw that, I told to myself, there is no place to be here. So, since somebody was running, they threw grenades at this hand. So I said to myself, across the street is the crematorium. I'm going to run the crematorium 25. So I ran over the road, and within seconds came this. The SS came with trucks and controlled everything. And then by us, the Crematorium 4 burned the crematorium.
Who burnt the crematorium?
the prisoners, burned the crematorium.
How did they get the grenades? How did they get...
No, they didn't get grenades. I said SS used grenades. If somebody went to hide themselves, they throw them grenades. But in no time, there was an avalanche of SS. And we had, in Crematorium 5, there was a transport which we were at work. We just stopped for lunch and then come back. When we came, when the time came after lunch, and we went back to work, it was how many? 50 people. They took the whole Crematorium 4, whoever was there, took him on the other side to us. And there was this lawn, or like I call it a lawn. Before you go into the crematorium was a little lawn, but the lawn was fenced around with little bushes. You shouldn't be see-through. And sometimes when transports came, if there wasn't place inside in the mortuary to undress, because there wasn't a mortuary undressing room. It wasn't in 2 and 3 it was. So they told them to undress on this lawn. So they took in the whole commander and laid him out on the lawn. They went from 1 to 1 and shoot him in the neck. And the whole night, when this Crematorium 2 and 3 saw the fire from Crematorium 4, they started running after the wires. To make the story short, at that night we worked in Crematorium 5. There was a transport, and they brought in the hundreds from those trying to escape. And this was happening exactly to the day it was Hoshana Rabbah. No, Sukkot 1944. October 44. This was the Aufstand from this.
How did they not get you in that? You were in 5.
I was in 5, and I saw the fire there. I saw there's no way. There's only that. I saw there was only. There's nothing else that can help me there. So I tried to run over the road, because 4 and 5 was like this side of the road and the other side of the road. So it was one against the other. So I ran over. It helped. It's something gelungen. You know what I mean?
So where were you hiding now? Where did you run to? What number? Crematorium?
Crematorium 5.
And they didn't take everybody out of 5?
Crematorium 5, we had at that time, we were active in the crematorium. So they let us stay. They let us stay. Do the work. Somebody has to do the work. So they let us. But later, they took us back to the block. And they started Abbruchkommando. Abbruch. You know what means Abbruch? Destroy the crematoriums. Abbruch. You know, whoever was left. Abbruch. So we went to Abbruchkommando. And then sometime we stood in the block. We didn't go to work. All of a sudden came in the Schreiber. He says he needs some people to go to work. To work, empty out because on Crematorium 2, the commander, when they work at work, they lived there. They didn't take him out. They didn't bring him to the block back, but they slept there. The night shift slept and the day shift slept. But at the time when the fire was there was a fire in the Crematorium 2. So they said we need workers to crematorium, this empty out, mattresses, whatever it was. So I heard it, I said, I don't want to stay here. I don't want to stay in the block. And I went. And we cleaned out all the burned things, whatever was We worked a few hours. Going back, I found out, I saw my people going to the sauna. To the sauna, you know this sauna. My cousin and all this, it went to the sauna. And all the old ones. What happened is, when I went to work, the Lagerführer, before that, it was the Kappo, or the Blockelster. But at that time, it was the Lagerführer came in, he took the charts, he went, instead of the back, he went to the front. So he took all the old ones. You know what I mean? So they called my name, my cousin's name, he went, and all those which came with my transport had to go. They called my name, I wasn't there, they took the next one. And I came back, and this was the story what happened then.
Did anyone run away with you at the point when you ran away to back to Crematoria 5?
Yeah.
Other people survived it too?
Yeah.
So from your commando...
My command, from the people, we came for lunch there, I saw there was no way, waiting for the dead. If they threw grenades, if somebody went to a hole, they took a grenade. So I said, I don't want to be here. I cannot win with them. And they went on bicycles to call help. And how long will it take? This was the story of with the what do you call it?
The uprising.
Abbruchkommando, the Abbruchkommando. Schwarzhuber was the Lagerführer. Schwarzhuber from Birkenau. This was already end of the year.
That you were still cleaning up.
End of the year was this already after the Aufstand, and we went to clean up again to Abbruch. All of a sudden, we heard in the camp that there is evacuation.
Let's talk about it on the next tape.
The next tape?
Thank you.
Okay.
Second, 1996. You were starting to tell us about the end, December 1944.
All of a sudden we heard in the camp there is going to be evacuation. And we were in block 13. Still with a guard outside. You know, Sonderkommando. So they started assembling, and the Scharführer, which was on our command, he says, "You don't have to worry about it because it's for us. A truck will come. Better people, you know. I mean, fine people." And the other, they were left over the chefs from the kitchen and the Schreibers. You know, the rest of it were already organizing for the transport. In other words, they were ready to evacuate. What's there to do? Well, that's what it is. I knew the end will come, but whatever. unexpectedly, there was an announcement, everybody has to leave. Everybody. The chefs and the block älteste and everybody has to leave the camp. And they opened up our block. At that time we mixed up. And I held my hands to heaven. I couldn't believe it, but that's what it is. And it took till 12 o'clock. There was a lot of people in Birkenau. It was a lot of... And we started marching. They marched us out, and I was already with other people. I was with one guy from my block, Schlemme Dragon. He was also my commander.
What was his name?
Schlemme Dragon. Schlemme Dragon.
Before you start marching, let me ask you a couple of questions. You remember the date of the uprising by the Jewish holiday.
Yeah.
How did you keep time? How did you keep dates?
How did I keep dates?
How did you know when it was? How did you know it was that holiday?
We knew Purim. We knew. We had a dying there. We had Jews there. Some of them even put in tefillin there. So there was no way of not knowing. They came in, German papers came in, people who read from the other camps. So it wasn't in a jungle. So we knew it was Shana Rabbah.
Did you ever form a minyan in the barrack? Did you ever pray in the barrack?
Well, I interrupt. I bring something else out. When I was brought back from Auschwitz to Birkenau, to Block 2, before we went to 13, all of a sudden I heard the night shift, which was bunker still night shift. They worked on bunker. I came from Crematorium, and I wasn't going with them, but bunker 2 came back at night shift, 12 o'clock, and they said there was a transport from Kharkiv. And they had some sandwiches. I recognized the sandwiches from Kharkiv. The way the bread was packed, and my sister with the kids were there. In this transport, in the bunker. And this was Purim. Erev Purim was it? And we sat and sing inside the Purim, in the camp. I remember even the song. From brennenden Augen kommt ein lebendiger Reus. You know what I mean? The song, and it was for Purim, and my sister was there. This was Purim.
Other memories of that nature that happened during your time at Birkenau, other things about the barracks. Did it get, the Sonderkommando, did more and more people die? Was it lighter by the time you left? Lighter of people, fewer people?
I told you that they took out as transports rose, they brought in new people. As transports fell down, they eliminated people. They said all kind of tricks, but we knew the tricks. There was no way out. There was only way out from there. And but that's why when I went to clean up the crematorium from the Schreife there, I saw them walking to the sauna, and it was just and at that time they read the kartai, the numbers from the beginning, not from the end. So my name was mentioned there. This is how it is. I survived.
Were there other people? How many people do you think survived from the day that you got there?
After, well, how did I survive? I didn't come to that. While we left 12 o'clock, we went out from Auschwitz, from Birkenau. on the way. And there was a farm. Put us in the farm, in the what do you call it? Where the straw is, where the this is, you know what I mean?
The barn.
In the barn, to rest. In the morning, they assembled us. And this township was out of Auschwitz, Rybnik. It was all the vicinity from Auschwitz and Krzanów. You know what I mean? This is my home, my home turf. And in the morning, they assembled us, and the SS went there with bayonets just to test, you know, in the straw, to test, and took us on the march. They didn't take the whole camp. It was maybe 20,000 or something. But whoever made it marched. Whoever was behind, they didn't bother with him. That's all. But then they finished him off, and they came a truck, whatever, and put him up on top of it. So I was walking with this Crematorium. I said, in the middle of it was a dirt road, but snow. On the side was a ravine, you know, and then it was a field with snow, and some here and there peasants walked. So I said, and the SS was going apart. I said to Shlomo, you know what? This is the only chance now. Now. And we saw there empty lawn, and after the lawn was a little forest. So I said to Shlomo, you know what? I was dressed in a combination. He too. By the way, he was a Sturmdienst. Not me, a Sturmdienst. He forked out me food. You know, he went to the kitchen, he brought it in. He was a Sturmdienst. So, but a nice guy. So I said, I pulled him by the sleeve, and we went out the road into the ravine and went further. And I said to myself, whatever happened will happen. What's the difference? Now happen or tomorrow happen? And we reached the forest. And over there, we didn't have where to go, so we rested there. And the frost was a biting frost. And the night came in, and we heard the movement of the Germans, of the road, moving. You know what I mean? With other words, they were also moving. The front was moving. And I thought I'm going to be a piece of ice. Anyway, so we went further. We started walking, and we went. I had no way of stopping it, so I knocked on the door, and it was a railroadman worker, and he somehow smelled out that we are from the. And the front was outside. The front we had the shooting from outside. They said, "Oh yes." So then he said, he went out. He said, "Excuse me, I have to do this and this." I said to him, "I don't like it. I just don't like it." It was late in the evening. Going a little bit further, we saw that he's coming back with a bit of shooter, a police, you know, he wanted to get us out, a Polak. So we took the road, and we went to the way to Krzanów. On the way to Krzanów, there's Henryk. And Henryk was known. It was a manufacturer of shoes. It was known, like here, Florsheim was Helmek butter. So, but there was from Helmek, and the next little village was Libyans also. And we had customers in Libyans. So while we walked this forest, we saw already there something which was. It wasn't like it's supposed to be. We saw barrels of sand from both sides. Nobody walks. No man's land. By the end of the road, coming into Libyans there, we were stopped. Where are you going? What is this here? This was forbidden to walk there. What we found out is there was a howitzer. You know a howitzer? A cannon. By the end of the road was a cannon. And there was the front there. And I just came into the front. Anyway, I walked from one man to the other and explained to me, I have my sister in Libyans. You know, I have a sister living in Libyans. I do this. He didn't know. I got a winter hat and I got a three-quarter coat. And so if he would pull off the hat, he would say, I'm shaving. But he didn't see it. So one to the other, until we came to the end of the road, where the howitzer was there, and it was hidden under the trees, and he gave us permission to go to the sister. So outside was a sled, and there were Schlonzakis. You know what Schlonzakis? Silesia. There was the Germans there were Schlonzakis. They were living on the border between Germany and Poland. They called us Schlonzakis because Silesia was half Poland. Zagłębie was half Poland, half German. So they spoke Polish. So he explained it to me. You are lucky. You are lucky. You know. You are lucky. You went to Nieman's land here. Okay, so he came to Libyans. I was glad that he didn't ask me where I want to go. I went down. I came into this guy, a customer, Stashchik, nice guy. I came into him. I said, Mister, listen this. When he saw me, he started trembling. I didn't mean to hurt you, but this is dead in life. You know, I risk all my family here. Here is a soup, here is bread, but go. And I did. And we were walking all the time till we came to Kshanev. We came to the town. So I was home, but the Germans were still there. So I went, I was my home turf. I knew how to go, nobody could see me. And I went through little streets there till it was a livable alley, like the table, four corners, you know, all around the people. But at that time, there were stables. The people wasn't there. The Jews weren't there. But the Germans made from the houses stables. It was only one floor in a poor neighborhood. But nobody was there. I said to him, you know what, let's lay down. I laid down and I rested a little bit, but it was very cold. The windows were broken. Nothing was open. No heat. Nothing was there. No heat. No nothing. But we rested a little bit. I said, let's go further. Then I went further with those narrow streets, and I came to another guy who knew my brother, he went with him to school, and he was also a customer. He made in the leather. So I knocked his door, and he let me in, and he says, you stay here. So we went in the main floor, on the floor. There was stairs up there. We went up, and we saw this was on the back of his window was a big field, and this field was bordering all the Botimetrushim. You know what it means? all those shoes from Khanov. But there was no more shoes. But I knew this neighborhood like my hand. It was the Crematorium there, it was my Stiebel there, all this here. This guy was living there. So I heard the shooting back and forth. All of a sudden, 1 o'clock, I heard marching. So he went to his wife and kids to the basement because he had because of the war. And I had a feast. I went up and looked through the window what they're doing. It was music to my ears. Around 1 o'clock, noontime, they moved out through this little street where I was there in his house. Moved out to the main. I think we lived on the Plantons. I told you that I went to the school there. On this way. I told you before that I was in the book in what do you call it? A airplane bombing. Where I went to the school there. So what do you call it here? When the planes come to bomb.
An air raid.
An air raid. Yeah, air raid. So everybody was running. So I was running with him too. To a cellar. All of a sudden, when I was sitting with Shlomo Dragon in the cellar, I recognized a guy who went with me to school. His father wasn't bad. He was a fireman. Henryk, I remember the name. He saw me. I saw him. Maybe he didn't recognize me, but I saw already the air was thick. I said, you know what, let's go. I went out. So the guy went. A militia was there with a rifle, but I went out. Oh, this was from there. I went out to this guy, which he took me in. This other guy. And from there I saw the Russians, the Germans moving out. A half an hour the Russians were in. This was the end.
What was your state of health by this point?
My state of health? I would say good.
Somehow you never got sick during the whole time you were in Auschwitz?
Not really.
And your strength? You felt you could keep going?
I survived, but I wasn't a Muslim. You know what I mean? As long, one thing which I can tell you is, I didn't suffer hunger. You know what I mean? I didn't suffer hunger. There was something to eat. This kept me alive. But I didn't expect anything. I didn't expect anything because nobody from there came out. And the end of it was when I was after the war, when I met people who went with it, because there were what 70 people or 50 people when with me when we evacuated. I met some people, and they told me when we went out from the road, everybody was looking. And the SS was looking. They didn't know what we were looking, but nobody said a word. So everybody they were looking, and then he told us, when it came to Germany, Sachsenhausen, it was far away from Auschwitz, but all of a sudden they called out, who was from Sonderkommando? Who's from Sonderkommando? Who's the Sonderkommando? What is this? You want to give you an order? You want to give a medal? Who's from Sonderkommando? But somehow, I guess, nobody was coming forward. But this was already end of April, May, and I was liberated in January 19. This was exactly 2 years to the day, you know. 2 years to the day. And if I would go further, plenty people died by the march. And by the Sonderkommando, there was still a danger wherever they come. That's all. They didn't want us out. They had no way of helping this here. That's what it was.
You kept your health because you say you had enough food. How did you keep your mind? What did you think about? What kept you going?
What shall I tell you? I tell you this. People are stronger than anything. You adjust to any situation. If you know that the end of the road comes, and you live this way, then you have a way of living it. I can tell you an example. There was a transport from Greeks, you know, small people. You know what their job was? Their job was stomping the ashes. And stomping the ashes was a dirty job because it was hot ashes. And you had to take them out when they're hot, stomp them when they're hot, and it burns all around in the smell, you know, for the lungs. And they were working and singing. They knew their end. They were singing, and then they made also like a little show. They made a show about this. I told you in the papers there was one Quackenak. We called him the Malchamuvis. He was always coming when there was a transport, you know, to bring the good news. So this guy, this Greek, he simulated him. You know, I mean, he's coming, 1,000 people, 500 people. You live with it. That's the way it is. I don't know how, but that's the way it is.
Did people help each other out in the Sonderkommando? Because you were closed off from everyone else. Did people share food or share whatever they got?
Yes.
Inside? Were you beaten inside at any time?
No.
The work was what they wanted you to do?
In the Sonderkommando, nobody was beaten one from the other.
No, but even from the Kappos, from the SS that came?
No. The SS? I told you about Moll. Moll was Moll and Gorgis. He once catched me when they took off the clothes outside because the mortuary was full of dead bodies. So from the outside, when they took off the clothes, they took him to the bunkers. So before they took the clothes on the trucks, there was food, and I took food. And Gorgis, the one who first told Gorgis, I have enough, you take it over. He saw me dead. He took the handle from a stick and gave me a Setzen cup. I still have here a hole, here, from that time. You can see it here on top of the head. So they weren't gentle. But by all means, listen, if you adapt yourself, you have no other way, unless you want to commit suicide. So maybe tomorrow will be better. Everybody hopes, and the time came.
And your sense of your religion, the sense of your belief, how was that affected?
Comes back. My kids are all in yeshivas, and I belong to Young Israel, and I'm what do you call it? A ugezener mensch, you know what I mean? Somehow, and that's what it is.
But inside, did you think about the...
Inside there, I didn't think nothing. This dying, he tried everything here and there. What's there to say? Ma no ma, ma nit aber. You know what I mean? This is what should I say? What should I hear? Whatever. So this was the story.
When you were working all day, did you keep your mind occupied with something, or you just concentrated on your work?
Came plenty times of my mind. The sister with the kids, the parents, The other sister was in Plaszow, you know, what I told you in Krakow, the one who brought me food, a package. And she was still in Krakow. And her husband was coming, he was in Tarnow, and once a week he came home to her. And she was also living with us, but when she had the baby, she had to go to Krakow. So, what do I want to say?
In terms of what you were thinking about your family.
Yeah. So I was thinking about the family. Plenty of times I was thinking about the family. Her husband took her to they evacuated all Krakow, the ghetto at that time, and they sent the young people to Plaszow, whatever, to the camp. Nature, I forget, I black out. No?
That's all right.
Yeah?
You're talking about your daughter, your sister that was sent with the baby to Plaszow?
And with her husband's mother was also there. Mother, and she with the baby, and a sister. So the Polak went out and brought in, and he left them outside by a Polak, and he went into the camp to make connections to go to Hungary, which he did. Not Hungary, but from Hungary to Romania, he did. But before he did, he had in mind to bring the family too. But the Polak went out and brought in the Germans, and they killed them there. By the way, I have the pictures there when I was in Poland, and I was of her Keva, which he brought her out after the war. He knew where she was buried because she was not at the cemetery, and he brought her to the cemetery.
So her husband survived?
He doesn't live now. Husband survived, but he doesn't live now.
What happened? You said your grandmother lived with you. Did she live till the wartime?
No. My grandmother lived, she died 1930, 10 years before.
Okay. Let's close this tape and we'll continue.
What? Okay.
Second, 1996. Before we move on, I'd like to just figure out what happened to everyone in your family. You told me about your sister and her son. What happened to them? You left them in
my sister and her baby.
And the baby, right.
My sister and the baby and her mother-in-law.
Right.
And her sister-in-law, which were all the family from her husband. He dropped them off near Plaszow, Krakow, by a Gentile, because he wanted to go to the camp and make connections to go to Hungary. He had some way of connections making. While he was there to make the connections, the guy who they were there went out and called in the SS, and they shoot him outside. All of them. And this is after the war. I didn't know where it is, but when he came back, he was by the way, he made it later to Hungary and Romania, and he was liberated in Romania. And after he came back, he digged them out from there and brought them to Biskruas in Krakow, in which I was in Krakow 4 years ago. I was on the cave there.
And he buried.
And this is the stone, and the names are there.
This is your sister Rivka and her son.
Rivka Reza, yeah.
What happened to your parents?
My parents, as I showed you here, when I went to Bochnia, at that time, as I told you, I ran out. I couldn't go into Bobiv, and I came at night to Bobiv. And my parents did ask me to stay over Shabbos. It was Thursday night. They didn't want, so they couldn't convince me, and I says, okay, so I'll have to return myself. I didn't supposed to stay in Bobiv because I was sent out to Plaszow before, and I wasn't legal there. The only thing which saved me was that this Lasky, the commandant, told me, what are you doing here? I said I didn't have the clothes, so I'm going now. I took the clothes with me to go back to work. So at that time, I put me to the railroad. Otherwise, I would be at that time they made both Jewish clean, because the young ones there was no more young ones. So if I came in, it's bad luck. But I went. He put me into the train, luckily, and he was our Israel, this Lasky, the commandant. He knew me. So I came back to what town was this here? Bochnia. So the Bobov Rabbi's son lived there. So I was the first one to come in, and I told him about the story, what happened in Bobov, because I knew what's going on. The Aussiedlung was there. And what else did they ask me about?
What happened to your parents?
And my parents were staying in Bobov at that time. And I don't have to tell you, the railroad was blocked, the township was blocked all around. So in the morning, I heard when he wanted to go to hide, and he hid something there. What do you call it? An boydem?
An attic?
Attic. The woman which cleaned called in and says, Judah. But anyway, they wouldn't be saved. They wouldn't be saved anyway. But I just want to bring out with whom you got the deal, you know. And this was a stupid woman. She lived from you. That's what it is. And at that time, finished. I heard that they brought the whole transport to Gorlitz. Gorlitz is a town next to Jaslo. Jaslo was the commandant, like the governor, you know, from the Bezirk, the SS. And Gorlitz was the second town. They took the whole transport and put him to Gorlitz. They called it in a factory from what they make shoes, whatever there is. So I took myself and I went to Gorlitz with the white strip. And I came into the Judenrat. I want to take him out. So what they did is they took me by this ear, and he says, I'll give you a kick in behind. You can get out of here, otherwise you're going to be there too. You know? I don't know. It was stupidity for me. I didn't realize. I thought maybe I don't know, whatever. This was the end of it. But I have Yutzeit. Ches Elul, which you have here, this is the Yutzeit from Gorlitz. They send him to Belgians.
Okay. Let's also think about the time that you were in Auschwitz in the army in 1939.
Yes.
And when you got there again in January 43. What were the differences from the army base that you remember to Auschwitz, the death camp?
When I came to Auschwitz as a soldier, I was in barracks, and there was one division was for horses, I was, they call it CKM. On Polish is heavy machine gewehr. You know what I mean? CKM, ciężki karabin maszynowy. This is in Polish. And I was by that. And as I told you before, when I went to on the front there, I had the base to carry. Somebody carried the gun, and one carried two boxes of ammunition. So this was but it was barracks, and there adjoining to the barracks was a horse stable for horses, which also for part of us, which they were engaged in the horses. But this wasn't the camp.
And when you went to the camp...
But this was the same place.
Did they keep the barracks? Was the camp...
I don't know. I wasn't in Auschwitz. I was brought to Auschwitz, and I was sent to block 11, and I was jailed there, and in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I was sent back, and I didn't even see the camp too much. I saw more now when I was there lately, 3 years later, before, that I saw there. So, and then they shipped me back to Birkenau.
So you didn't even think about the changes when you were there? It wasn't an issue in your head?
It wasn't the same. It wasn't the same. Those buildings weren't there. We didn't sleep in those buildings in Auschwitz. Maybe they restructured them or whatever, but Auschwitz was a division of the 73rd Pulk, which was in Katowice. You heard about Katowice? This was in Auschwitz. So I was in the 2nd division. I was in Auschwitz, but my main this was in Katowice. And when I was there in the army, when it dragged further, it got hot a little bit with the Germans. They took us out for maneuvers. They took us to our little town Mykolaiv, away from Auschwitz. And there we had maneuvers, because we digged the net, a wire net, whatever. You know, we wanted to hold back their tanks with a wire net. It was stupid. You know what else? They didn't even have. We didn't even have a machine to knock in poles, but we were dragging strings with rocks to knock in this year the poles. You know, and this is true. This is what the equipment we had against the Germans. Germans came in with tanks, with planes. You know, that's what it was. But this was. But we were in Mykolaiv, and then Rybnik. We went for exercises.
Okay, I want to bring you back now
Yeah.
to Birkenau, where most of your time
Yes.
was spent. How did you start building a resistance to what you were seeing? How did it start with you? How did you move with what was going on?
A resistance to survive. This is life and this is nature. That's all I can tell you. I don't know. If you ask me how, I don't know. Sometimes I think about myself, oh, I did the right thing. Because under the Jewish law, maybe it's Henryk vel Yavo. Henryk vel Yavo. You know what I mean? But this is how it was. Nobody did it, and I didn't.
Did you ever hear about anyone surviving the gas chambers? Did it ever happen?
Nobody survived. Let me tell you something. I heard, and I saw the movie, what's the name of the movie? From him.
Schindler's List?
Schindler's List. And in Schindler's List is one part that he took out a shipment from Auschwitz, and everybody says he's a great man. He asking me, I say, I don't believe it. I do not believe it. Finished. There was nobody Nobody could get out from Auschwitz.
You never heard about escapees?
Escapees, yeah, we had an escapee. We had an escapee. There was one escapee, was Daniel Obstfeld. He was the same number than George. I don't remember the name. I just. But Daniel Obstfeld, he was the same number from Paris, the same age than the block Älteste. And he was also one of main foremen. He was there, you know, he was an old number, and he had a number in the 20s. By the end of it, he met, and he had ideas. I don't know, nobody can read somebody else's minds. But at the end of it shows beginning. He organized something with another guy, with two guys, to evade, to run. How? The other guy knew an assessment from before, from old times, and he says he will take him out for money. I don't know, it says that Daniel Obstfeld had the money, and he was financing the money, and the other one was the one who brought the idea, and they went on the journey. It was 3 or 4 people on the journey. The next day, we march into the camp. He sits on a chair, Daniel, and all the 3 others too. And the back was a stick, you know, the head up. I made it, you know what I mean? This S-man took the money and shot him. And then they gave him vacation. So you ask about coming to Auschwitz and let our whole transport go because Schindler, I don't know. I have to believe it because he did it. He did an innocent job in the film, but I can't understand that.
Were there special transports that you recall, like the people from Theresienstadt that came?
There was in 1943 came a family shipment from Theresienstadt, families with kids, and they were located maybe I was in D, they were maybe in F. Next to us was the Zigeunerlager, you know. Zigeunerlager was also
Gypsies.
Well, gypsies, also families. Next, they came in, and we heard that they treat him good, and they gave him kinder schools, and all kind of food, and they brought him in whatever the necessities, and this was going for months. And they wrote, they encouraged him to write. By the end of it, it shows this was just a trick, a big trick, to trick the people outside to say, how can you say that? You see this here, you know what I mean? By the end of it, they liquidated him. There was a plan, and all of a sudden at night, the trucks started rolling, and they emptied out till 1. And the same thing was with the Zigeunerlager.
When did they take the gypsies? Do you recall?
The gypsies, they took after that. After that, the gypsies, they cleaned out 44 in the third quarter, 44. 44, the third quarter.
As a whole camp?
After the Hungarians came the gypsies.
And they did a whole camp of them at one time?
The whole camp. There were 4 crematoriums. You know what I mean? You know, 4 crematoriums, what they can produce? 10,000 a day.
Any other transport that you remember, this en masse transport or particular, were the people that were brought, that were shot rather than went through the gas chambers?
This was the Schillinger case. The Schillinger case. I told you about Americans. They came from Hamburg. And this woman, she played a star, you know, she was dancing, and the SS men were very busy with her. And meanwhile, she went around, danced around to him, and grabbed the gun and killed him. And then it started, they massacred the whole thing. Schillinger.
Were there other cases as well? Were there non-Jewish groups that ended up in the gas chambers and then in the crematoria?
Singles. Not meaningful. Not meaningful. Wasn't meant to just eliminate. Just one sold meat, one this year, you know what I mean, a mayor, that, here, or that's what it was. But mass shipments Jewish. I tell you the truth, I didn't even know that they killed Polacks. I didn't see it. Except Mietek and the two Pachos, the Shamusim, you know, Wacek and Józek, they thought they are safe because they went in our block. They went with us. They were in number 2 in Auschwitz, where the elite is, where the SS man, Aumeier, whoever he was, Hess, was in Auschwitz. He put him in, you know, he privileged him, so he made him kappa. But by the end of it, when the crematorium in Auschwitz was meaningless, they put him in back to the crematorium here under Kaminsky. And he kept his mouth shut. There he had no words because there was only Jews, and Kaminsky was more than him, but he killed Kaminsky. He had still, his Polish had worked this way that they should eliminate.
But you can, when you think about it, you think very few Polish people were killed, Polish Catholic people. Ukrainian.
They killed this Wacek, the kappa, which he saved me. He saved me with this Kurschus. I told you, you wrote down the SS Stürmer, not Sturmführer, Sturmmen.
So these were individual cases.
There was no killing of Poles. Maybe intelligentsia sometimes. If they smelled a revolt, so they cleaned up. You know what I mean? The high echelon, but not the people.
And as far as you know, when the children came into the camp, they were immediately sent to the gas chambers?
There was no place for kids. There was no place for kids. There were plenty times which we saw with our eyes. Moll and the other SS Führers, you know, they brought in their friends, girlfriends, ladies, whatever there is, SS also. And if they want to make a show, they killed before they went in. He says, just turn around and gave him a bullet in the back. This was fun. And this was to show off what he can do. And this was the guy, Moll, and another guy was there, as a Scharführer also, who were responsible for the massacre from the few hundred people which were before my commander, which I heard before New Year's. They cleaned off the whole thing because they said they vermute, or they think they organized something, and they cleaned them up.
These are the people from 1942, just 42, before you got there.
Before I got there, and before then they brought in the other Sonderkommando, which they came from Białystok, from Lomża, from Grodno, and from Makowa there, from near Warsaw there, and then another town.
Were you mainly Polish in the Sonderkommando? Mainly Polish Jews?
Mainly Polish? No way. little Polish. Well, Polish, we were from Białystok and from Lomża, this was Polish. But they were French, they were Holland, and there were Slavics. That's it.
And all Jews.
Jews. And one Frenchman, Maurice, he came from Alger. From Alger. He must have been in Paris. And they sent him, when the Warsaw Ghetto was the uprising, they sent him to Warsaw because he didn't speak Polish, not Jewish, but French. And most probably they brought him there to hang or something like that. That's what I heard.
Okay, let's move on. Any other thoughts about the time in Auschwitz that you would like to share?
In Auschwitz, in the camp? Nothing I can think of now.
We'll move on, and if there's something
Then when I came back, when I was already liberated, so when the Russians came in, I went to my apartment where we lived, and we lived in a good apartment. So this apartment was taken by a Volksdeutscher, and there was a bakery. We lived in a 3-4-story building on the 3rd floor, nice apartment, and on the bottom was a bakery. Was Fischler, a Jewish. So Muschel, he was a Volksdeutsch. He took over the bakery and he took over our apartment because this was one of the nicest apartments. We had 3 bedrooms, a big apartment, beautiful with a balcony. So when I came back, I went to this apartment. I came in, I went in the apartment, I break the door, I went in the apartment. All of a sudden, this little guy, 10 years, came up. Oh, nobody was there. So I took him by the neck and I threw him out the stairs. He didn't show up no more. But then I had my friend, this Shlomo Dragon, he was with me. We took this apartment. And whoever came had a foot in my apartment. But then, when it was a time when I went to the Russians, to Auschwitz, I spent there more than a week, maybe 10 days. And I showed them places, I explained it to them from place to place, where they called this, what was, everything. And there was this Captain Levy, a Jew. And then there was a mayor, I don't know if he was a Jew or not, but a fine man. And they treat me as one of theirs, with food and with sleeping and with this. And they gave me, by the end of it, when I showed them, they gave me a notebook and says, now write. And I gave it to him in writing. You know what? My brother, the older brother, which is now in Belgium, he was in Russia. He saw me in Russia in 1945 on the newsreel. And my name was Henryk Tauber, They took pictures out of us, and they showed a newsreel there, and here we didn't see this here at all. And when I went home, they gave me a letter with a protection letter with, it had iron teeth. When I came home, guess what? I couldn't go into the house. I had a bicycle there. I had I made a trip to Auschwitz with a wheelbarrow because I didn't have anything to go. And I pushed a wheelbarrow from Auschwitz with blankets in order to have something to start with. And I left the bicycle and the blankets. When I came back, I couldn't go into the apartment because the Polish laid a hand of it. I didn't have a right to take the apartment. So I took my letter, and at that time it wasn't in Kharkiv, it was a city, it was a Poviat city, you know what I mean? It wasn't just and I went to the Commandant Voyenny. You know what means Commandant Voyenny? The Commandant, the war Commandant, in Kharkiv. And I told him the story. And I showed him the letter. He called up the militia there, the police. They gave me my apartment back so fast. They didn't even turn back, you know? But I wanted to show with whom I was dealing. And at that time, whoever came to Kharkiv at that time, from the Kharkiv, in the beginning, came to my apartment and to this house.
How many people came back?
It came back from the camps. You know, in the beginning, in 1940, the Germans gave orders to the Judenrat. We need 500 people. The Judenrat was Betal Zucker one, Magoshina, and one was Weber, was like the head of the police, the OD. And they gave them the orders, and they had to bring back the orders. You know what I mean? They make if they gave him an amount, I need 400 to the camps, 500. So they supplied. They didn't go for it, but you know, this go. And those ladies, girls, a lot of girls, went to work in Oberschlesien, in Schlesien, near Breslau, near Stettin, near the Waldenberg. You know what I mean? After the war, a lot of them came back. After the war, a lot of them came back. This wasn't. Some of them was concentration camps. They didn't survive, and some of them was working camps, and some of them survived. Some of them survived. So there was a feedback.
Men?
What?
A lot of men?
Not many men. Not many men.
How long?
My brother-in-law didn't come back. My brother-in-law didn't come back. He couldn't survive. Some of them were terrible camps, concentration camps, and some of them was just farmers working, factories working, and where they had. Where the SS didn't have the direct hand on it, or the political, the Gestapo.
How long did you stay in your hometown, in Janov?
When?
How long? After the war, how long did you stay there?
After the war, I came home. It was before Rosh Hashanah.
Early September.
What did I say? Rosh Hashanah? Rosh Hashanah was the beginning of the war. It was the beginning of the war. To Kharkiv I came in January the 19th, I told you. January the 21st, 2 days took me to come back. I thought the beginning of the war was Rosh Hashanah. When I came back from the army, I came back for Rosh Hashanah. And my parents were in Krakow at that time. But after the war, I was already the second day in Kharkiv. I told you the story.
Right. We will continue on the next tape.
Okay.
July 22nd, 1996. Okay, now you're in Janov right after the war in January 1945. How long did you stay in Janov?
Short. Weeks. But first of all, I wanted to see who was coming back. My brother-in-law came back, Jakubowicz. He was hospitalized because he was sick, whatever. My sister didn't live at that time, with the baby. And further, some people came back, girls came back. I was single. And I said to myself, it's not a place for me. So I went, at that time, I went to Hungary. And in Hungary I met a sister from my brother-in-law's sister. One sister is on the cable, Sprinter, and the mother, and my sister and a baby. The other one was Brunka. She went with him to Hungary, and they wandered to Romania. So I was in Romania with them for a time, in Bucharest. Then it was a talk, Brecha, going to Israel. So I said to myself, I'm going to go too. I'm going to go make. So I went through Budapest, and I went Budapest, Temeswar, there was a big town, a nice town in Hungary, by the border to Yugoslavia, was Temeswar. Did you hear about this town? No. Temeswar was a big town with a tramway, you know, tram, this here. And then I joined like a group, you know, to go to Israel. From there, we stayed there for days, and from there they took us to Belgrade. In Belgrade, I stood also. They housed us in the Unrat, whatever it was, or the what do you call it? The Jewish. What do you call it?
Jewish welfare.
Not welfare. Brecha.
The Brecha.
Yeah, Brecha. They worried about us, and they sent us from Yugoslavia. What is the name I said?
You were in Belgrade?
No, from Belgrade, we went to Italy. Belgrade, we went to, what do you call it? To Croatia, Agram, Ljubljana, Trieste. We came to Trieste. On the way, when we came there, the English came up, and they checked. So I was so stupid. I had this letter, this Russian letter. I took the letter. We were smuggling, and I tore it away, and I threw it out. I should have kept it. This letter, I can't forgive myself. I shouldn't have threw it away. No? But at that time, I was afraid that, the English and the Russian, if I come from Russia today for questions, so they took, we went there to Mestre, to Venezia, to Trieste. From Trieste I went to Venezia, Mestre, and Padova. Did you hear about Padova? And there was a camp, and I stayed in the camp in Padova. This was and there I had also a guy, a Jewish guy from Kshanev, Koshitsky was his name, and he had a brother in Trieste, was also named Koshitsky, was a Radomska Huzi too. So he sent for Sukkis Esrogim from there, you know. So I knew I got a Koshitsky to rely on, and I went to look for him. But I didn't find him, but I found the family. And so I was in Trieste, and I was in Venice, and I was in Padua, and from Padua, I went to Milan. At that time, there was no opening in Israel. There was no opening. It was in 45. There was no opening. I just wandered around, where I slept one night, I didn't sleep the other night. We were always on the go. Always on the go. I slept on Bahnhofs, on stations, on rail stations, plenty times. I washed myself in the toilets. That's how it was. I didn't have no home. I didn't have no place where to be, with whom to be. For my brother didn't hear, because he was still there. And so I went to Milan. I went to Milan, and I was in Milan, Via Unione. Did you hear about Via Unione? Did you hear about it? In the San Marco, the place? How do you hear? Yeah? In the Gallerias there. So, and
you ended up from Milano, you went on to?
From Milano, I went up to Rome. For Rome, I organized something. I did something. I had to start, and I bought some British the fund, pounds, paper pounds. And I took him to Poland. I went to Poland, but there was no connection. There was no way how to go to Poland. And I didn't sleep one night where I slept the other night. I know. So from there, Poland, I sold those those pounds, English pounds, for a lot of money. Mark, German mark. I got a valise, a full valise of the German marks. And in Weiden, in Germany, I had a guy, his name is the same thing as the Rabinovich, Cyrillik Rabinovich, Shlomek Rabinovich. They were now in Belgium. One is in Australia and one is in Belgium. And they were dealing and wheeling. So I gave him the marks, and he gave me the money back in Germany. And I went to Munich. In Munich I found relatives in Feldafing,
Did you stay at the DP camp in Feldafing?
Shortly. Then I went back to Munich, and I found an apartment. And I lived in the apartment with a friend. This was an apartment which was requisited because the German who I had the apartment, he was giving out, he was a squeak by the Germans of other Germans. So by the end of the war, they cut him up a hand, this German, so they gave me the apartment. Then I heard my brother come from Poland. He came back. So I looked for a way to come to us, to me. And he came to me. We joined together. And she was at that time pregnant.
Who was pregnant?
My sister-in-law was pregnant. And they lived in a room. The Germans lived in one room, by the beginning of the door, by the entrance, and we had the rest apartment. One good day, we didn't have with them peace. They called police, with lies, that we smuggle, we did this, we did that. And by the end of it, they couldn't do anything They want us out. So one day, at night, my sister-in-law went down. She's pregnant. She felt gas. She felt gas. She goes into the kitchen, and she sees 3 people laying on the gas, and the gas was running. They all killed themselves. Mother, father, the one without the hand, and the daughter. The daughter was the worst. But they all killed themselves, and the gas was running. It was very dangerous. We called police. And by searching the apartment, we found a bomb in the pantry. In the pantry. It was in the paper. It was in the German paper. It was full of the German paper at that time. Me, my brother, and my...
This family placed the bomb in there that would have exploded.
They placed the bomb and they gassed themselves.
So that would have killed you after they gassed themselves.
Yeah. With other words, they wanted to see us dead.
What was the family's name?
Whose name?
The German family.
I asked my brother. I don't remember. Well, it was on the Walpurgisstraße, Munich, Steinhausen. So it is.
When? Do you remember?
46.
Beginning, middle?
45, 46.
The end of 45, beginning of 46?
I would say 46. 46, because my brother was there. He wasn't there 45. 46.
What made you, after all your roaming around, stay in Munich? Why did you decide to stay in Munich?
There was no place to go. Where did I go? And then we opened up business in Munich. We had a Großhandel von Leather in Munich, a big business. Me and my brother. And also, we imported textiles from Italy. And I went there. I was before in Munich, in Milano, via Unione, and this year I had connections. Brescia, in Bolzano, in Trento, in Milano. I was in Firenze, I was in Bologna. I was all in Munich. I was there. In Rome, I was traveling there. So I had connections, and I brought in goods to Germany, and we sold it there. So it was business.
Was the kippah on your head at that time?
The kippah on my head?
In 1945?
No.
When did it come back on your head?
And came back. Still later.
In Munich?
Also. Yeah. Well, later, I guess I married here. And when I married, I was already the yarmulke. I wore the yarmulke. It was in 52. But I married. But I was still 52. I was in Germany. So.
And you went to synagogue in Germany. You found yourself.
Oh yes.
What synagogue did you belong to in Munich?
In Munich on Milchstraße, the main synagogue. What was the name of the rabbi? In Munich. Lazarowski. Rabbi Lazarowski. He was known on Milchstraße.
What made you decide to come to America?
Living in Germany was temporary. No matter how long I lived there, but the mind was temporary. It was not permanent. So let's put it this way. And when I had a chance to get a visa, so from time to time I got a call. So I was one step nearer. Until the day came that they gave me the passports. But I didn't go with what do you call it, Hayas, but I went by my own. I took the Ile-de-France from Paris And on the way there, at that time, from Germany, I traveled to Paris, and I traveled to Italy, and I traveled to Holland, all in business. And I made out.
And your brother stayed?
My brother stayed. My brother attended the leather business. We were together.
Did you continue the leather business when you came to America in 52?
To America, when I came here, we had a factory there. Yeah, a leather factory.
Did you start one here as well? A factory here as well?
We had a factory here.
Where?
It was Jacob Street. You know where Jacob Street is? Now the Brooklyn Bridge is on top of it. Underneath was Cliff Street, Jacob Street, and the William Street. There we had a building. We had a tannery.
And you went back and forth to Europe for?
No.
No, you did it here.
Did here.
Your brother kept the business there, and you kept the business.
My brother came after me right away. I came here in March, and he came in May.
Who sponsored you?
Who sponsored me? I don't know. They sponsored me. Actually, my affidavit was to Seattle, Washington, Seattle. I didn't know where to go, Seattle. I came here, I changed it. They sent me to Seattle.
And you went to Seattle first?
No, I went to New York. And I changed it here.
Incredible.
This is the story.
How did you feel at this point? As you said, you were a wandering Jew. What did you feel about life? What did you feel about what you wanted from life at this point?
At this now?
1952, you reached America.
I got married, and I got a family, and I got business, and I got to attend something, you know. I was busy. Believe me, I was very busy. I worked hard.
What is your wife's full name?
Irene. Sure Ruchel. I'm sorry, Sure Ruchel.
And her maiden name?
Pfefferman, with a P, double F.
And where did you meet her?
Here. Somebody make connections.
And you have children? One, name your children for me.
Avroom Leibisch is Alan. And Rivke Mendel is Renee. And Avroom Leibisch. En Rieven Schmuel is Richard. And this is it.
And you have 4 grandchildren?
4 grandchildren, and then I hope more.
Did you just give me their names, your grandchildren?
My grandchildren, English, Alexandra, and Maxine. This is English.
And in Yiddish?
In Yiddish is Zahava Eve. The other one is after their family. I don't even remember what I told you. I have it written down. It's not after my...
And the other children?
The other children is Carly and Adam Jake. In Jewish is Chane Peshe, and he is Avrom Yisrael. This is it.
And you belong to Young Israel here.
Young Israel, Fieldcrest.
And did your feelings of how you were being brought up and your religion from the background come back to you?
Let me tell you something. This is deep and rooted. You cannot take it out. Cannot take it out. That's all.
So it just came back naturally.
I'll tell you the truth now. Something else. Today, this morning, I had a shiur. You know what means a shiur? Learning every day in the morning, Saturday. So. But I don't have a rabbi, we 2, another companion of mine from Krakow.
And you still study together?
Yeah, we studied together, yeah.
And he was from Krakow when you left, when you were a young man from Krakow? You knew him?
He is my age, and he was from Krakow. I was from Krakow, but I knew him from here.
Do you have friends from your hometown here? Anybody?
Of course I have. You have a book there. I have a society there, a Krakow society.
So you meet?
We meet. We have anniversaries, and we have every once a year party. We meet all the Cranabrook there. If you wanna come there sometimes.
And
You're welcome.
you said also that you went back to visit Auschwitz 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to go back?
At that time, I didn't go just to Poland. But I had a trip, a big trip. And on the way back, my son the young son has a publishing, had a publishing. Now he has also a partner to something else, also publishing. And he dealt with Lufthansa. And he accumulated travel mileage. So he gave me mileage. He gave me mileage, a lot of mileage. Yeah, I was in a lot of, so I went to Spain, and I went to Morocco, and I went to Germany, I went to France, and I went to Poland. And then I came back, everything with Lufthansa.
Why though Poland? Why not?
Poland, I want to see Kiev-Rubis. I wanted to see Kiev-Rubis. I wanted to see how Poland is. No?
What did you think about when you were walking through Auschwitz?
To Auschwitz? What should I say? What word should I say?
Did you believe that you actually went through it?
It's not. It's unbelievable. It's just coincidence that they got out, and that's all it is. Because if somebody asks me, how did you come out? I tell him, if I wouldn't be here, you wouldn't have nobody to ask for. And that's all it is. There was no way. There was no way of out. If you ask me once, did you work something else? If somebody worked in Sonderkommando, there was no something else. There was no something else, and that's what it is.
And your memories today of that time, how do you cope with daily living and those memories? What do you do?
I had a lot of times where I had depression. I used to go down middle of the night and walk around here and couldn't get rest. And I take now Prozac. And Prozac somehow gives me dreams, which I'm very happy with it. Some people don't like it, but I find it that to me it's relaxing.
Have you spoken to people about this? Do you speak about what happened to you to other people?
About the stories which I told you, I speak out. Sometimes, but not everything at once. You know, episodes. You know what I mean? A lot of times.
To your children?
My children.
They know most of the story?
Yeah. My children, my wife, my friends, the shul.
So people are willing to listen to you, and you're
Well, I tell stories of how it was. Like for example, they brought people to be guests. They knew the moment what's going to happen. They realized there's no way of not realizing. Saying this, they screamed Shema Yisrael. On the other side was this SS man. He started laughing. Shema Yisrael, Shema Yisrael. You know what I mean? Shema Yisrael, Shema Yisrael. To them was Shema Yisrael. Those kind of words. There was no resentment. There was no resentment. At least not when among those which I was there.
You actually heard did you see the people walking into the gas chambers? Did you see them walking in?
I saw them taking off the clothes. I wasn't on top of them, but I heard the dogs barking, and they chased them. First of all, they went there, and then there was pull, They could know what place to go. Then start the dogs did the rest of it, you know, until it was full, close the door.
Did you hear them screaming inside?
It could be heard. Could be heard.
And then they came out, and then it was up to you. They went to the bodies afterwards went to the mortuary?
After the guessing, there was a commander, which was the schleppers, you know. They pulled by the hand or by the legs, and they put up masks, and they ventilated, because it was impossible to be there. And they cleaned it, because everybody was soiled. This is a terrible death. It's a terrible death. One steps upon the other. Just the place inside looked. There was no place to sit down. Everybody was one on top of the other, and some of them held themselves other. You had to force it to separate. That's what it was.
Anger, do you live with anger today about what people did to you personally?
I'm not calm. But I try my best.
What is it that gives you relief? And I know that you said medication helps you. What are other things that have helped you?
Reading.
What kind of things do you read? What kind of things do you enjoy reading?
What kind of thing? History, Jewish reading, a lot of Jewish reading, and Tanakh, and I read.
Well, I thank you. I'd like to have you answer one more question, and that's the question is why you decided to do this tape for us.
As I told you before, I made a Red tape, and I made another tape. But if I heard in this neighborhood somebody made a tape, so I said, why not me? I have a story like anybody else. If they have tapes where I know where they were, so I have more stories to tell than they do. This made me call.
Thank you, because your stories are important.
When I called once, it was already time back. I didn't have no answer from you. But it came months went by. And then a call came to me back. So I told him, I'm ready.
Well, thank you. I'm happy you were patient and you waited, and we appreciate you telling us your story.
I appreciate it.